Chapter 30, 139. After all, the four supreme laws were mysterious and powerful. Although not all of the four supreme laws were offensive laws, some of their mysteries were so strange that they could often ignore the defenses of the law of earth. For this reason, the elders from the Marshall Battle Mansion came to such a conclusion. Elder Lu, you're right. That person has comprehended one of the four supreme laws, the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou said in a timely manner, "The law of space." Upon hearing Lu Xiaozhou's words, apart from those who had just come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the people from the Marshall Battle Mansion were shocked. A 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he's not even 1,000 years old? Where did the profound nether mansion find such a monstrous person? Many of the elders and disciples from the Marshall Battle Mansion gasped. They must have paid a hefty price to recruit someone like that, right? Is it worth it for the profound nether mansion to do this? Many people voiced their doubts. When you find out that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, you'll be so shocked that you won't be able to recover from your shock. Lu Xiaozhou thought to himself as he glanced at the elders and disciples from the Marshall Battle Mansion. At the same time, he sent a message to his father. Others might not believe his words, but he knew that his father would definitely believe him. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, who's not even 100 years old, is a 10 directions celestial duke? Moreover, he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Lu Xiaozhou's father, one of the vice mansion masters of the Marshall Battle Mansion, was stunned when he received Lu Xiaozhou's message. "Father, do you think that such an existence could be from the upper 7 regions?" Lu Xiaozhou asked through the message transmission. However, because his father was too shocked by his previous message, his father was still in a daze when he received the message. Meanwhile, news of 11 people, including Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, being eliminated from the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm by the same person, caused a huge commotion in the Marshall Battle Mansion. The people from the Marshall Battle Mansion were even more shocked when they learned that Hung Feng had comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity. After Hung Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, I'm afraid there are only a handful of people in the southern heaven ancient realm who are capable of breaching his defenses, right? Yes, I'm afraid only a few 10 directions celestial dukes who have comprehended 8 profundities from the law of earth would be able to break through Hung Feng's defense. Most importantly, that person was hired by the profound nether mansion. Don't tell me the profound nether mansion has hired someone to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Right now, there are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. No matter how strong that person is, it's impossible for him to enter the top 30 unless he encounters Lung Yinyu from the Green Spirit Mansion or Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion. That's right. If he defeats Lu Ji and obtains Lu Ji's points, he'll be able to enter the top 30. If he encounters Lung Yinyu and defeats him, he'll be able to enter the top 10. Although the middle realm of the southern heaven territory isn't vast, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to encounter Lung Yinyu and Lu Ji in just a few days. Currently, the people from the Marshall Battle Mansion thought Duan Lingtian was hired by the profound nether mansion. Otherwise, how could such a powerful person be an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? In the history of the southern heaven territory, many grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, most of them had only hired outsiders to help the grade 6 celestial mansions rank in the top 20. None of the grade 6 celestial mansions had hired outsiders who were strong enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hired by the profound nether mansion, had attracted a lot of attention from the Marshall Battle Mansion after he breached the defense of Hung Feng, who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth. In fact, many people who did not pay much attention to the scoreboard began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's ranking. There are only a few days left before the scoreboard is reset. I wonder how many places Duan Lingtian will advance this month. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered at the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Many of them were looking at the name that was ranked 45th on the scoreboard. At this moment, it was as though the name that was ranked first was not as attractive as the name that was ranked 45th. While the martial battle mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian, the other grade 6 celestial mansions who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian were shocked as well. In the profound nether mansion, the other grade 6 celestial mansions were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As a grade 6 celestial mansion where Duan Lingtian resided, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian's name was in the top 50. When Duan Lingtian first arrived at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many people thought Duan Lingtian was only there for sightseeing. They thought so because Duan Lingtian was personally escorted there by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, and because Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. How could a young man who was not even 100 years old enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to compete on the scoreboard if he was not there for sightseeing? Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the top 100. At that time, some people thought Duan Lingtian had cheated, but most of them thought Duan Lingtian was just lucky. Then, Duan Lingtian killed Gong Sunjing, an inner court disciple from the Azure Green Mansion, one of the profound nether mansion's enemies, and rose to the 52nd place. At this moment, the people who thought Duan Lingtian had cheated and Duan Lingtian's luck had disappeared. Instead, they were discussing Duan Lingtian's background. There were 3 transporting formations in the profound nether mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this moment, the 3 transporting formations in the profound nether mansion were even more crowded than the transporting formations in the martial battle mansion. This was especially true at the transporting formation where Duan Lingtian entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Many people were asking the elder who had helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade. Elder, is Duan Lingtian really not even 100 years old? Elder, is there anything special about Duan Lingtian? Is he even human? Elder, when you helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade, did you expect him to achieve such a result? At this moment, the elder from the profound nether mansion who helped Duan Lingtian obtain the accumulative point jade was akin to a celebrity from Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. He was surrounded by reporters who bombarded him with questions. Duan Lingtian is the external help Inspector Qi found? Patrol Inspector Qi, where did you find such external help? As time passed, most of the people in the profound nether mansion no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. After all, many of the elders from the profound nether mansion were on good terms with the elders from the martial battle mansion. Therefore, they learned about Duan Lingtian's shocking feat of eliminating 11 people from the martial battle mansion in just 15 minutes. Among the 11 people from the martial battle mansion, there were also Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, 2 people who could enter the top 100 every month. Duan Lingtian comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Hung Feng from the martial battle mansion had cast 7 profundities from the law of earth, including the crystal barrier profundity and the defense profundity. However, Duan Lingtian still managed to break through his defenses. If Duan Lingtian didn't show mercy, Hung Feng would have died. Hung Feng was almost killed by Duan Lingtian even after he comprehended the defense profundity. Heavens! Apart from being a 10 directions celestial duke, Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space as well. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's profundity as well. Is he really not even 100 years old? The fact that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old has been confirmed by too many people, to the extent that we have no choice but to believe it. I really wonder where Inspector Chi found such external help. Patrol Inspector Chi might not be able to find such external help, right? I think Lord Mansion Master is the one who sent Inspector Chi here. Inspector Chi is only here to bring Duan Lingtian to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That should be the case. More and more people began to think Duan Lingtian was hired by the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion at a great cost. However, what they did not know was that when the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion learned about Duan Lingtian and his performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he was stunned. Patrol Inspector Chi. This Duan Lingtian, what's going on? The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After hearing about the Duan Lingtian, he immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming. Because Qi Tianming was the one who brought him here, he knew nothing about it. Prior to this, he did not even know Duan Lingtian existed in the Profound Nether Mansion. The eyes of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion brightened immediately when he learned about the situation from Qi Tianming. It seemed like the Profound Nether Mansion was finally going to have a new imperial tutor after 30,000 years. However, when he heard about the test the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, the joy on his face froze. Then he smiled wryly and muttered under his breath, "Grandmaster, why would he set such a test for him? After all, he's not even 100 years old yet." For this reason, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion left his residence and made his way to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, was oblivious to all of this. If only there's a map with the locations of the other celestial mansions' bases. That way I can wait outside their bases. Duan Lingtian, who had tasted the sweetness of victory outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base, planned to find another celestial mansion's base and rob them of their points. Chapter 3140. I haven't seen a single person in the past 2 days and 2 nights, let alone a grade 6 celestial mansion's base. Ever since Duan Lingtian left the Martial Battle Mansion's base, he had not encountered any other grade 6 celestial mansions. However, he could still remember the location of the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the Profound Nether Mansion's base. After all, even if he eliminated the people from the Profound Nether Mansion, he would not be able to obtain their points. Instead, he would only benefit the people from the other celestial mansions who were closest to the Profound Nether Mansion. As for the Martial Battle Mansion's base, he had eliminated 11 people in the past 2 days. Would there be anyone left? Would there be anyone waiting to return to the Martial Battle Mansion's base? Why would the disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion return? Even if they did not return to the base, they would still be sent back to the Martial Battle Mansion. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not waste his time in the Martial Battle Mansion's base. There are only 2 days and 2 nights left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm resets. It's obvious there aren't many people left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack if we want to find more people. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way through the teleportation profundity. At this moment, he no longer harbored any hope of running into anyone else. It seems like I've entered the middle realm too late this month. I think I'll only have 41 points after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he brought out his accumulative point jade and weighed it in his hand. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian arrived at a mountainous forest with steep terrain. In the past, he had to tread carefully when he passed through mountainous forests with such terrain. However, at this moment, he did not think there would be anyone here. Even if there were people here, they would not be strong at all. After all, most of the people who were ranked at the top were no longer in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. About half an hour after Duan Lingtian relaxed, he suddenly came to a halt. At the same time, he saw someone flying toward him. Swoosh! A figure shrouded in a green aura rushed towards him with the momentum of a thunderbolt. As the other party's hands moved, a blade made entirely of wind blades whizzed towards him. Hum! The saber hummed, and a sharp aura instantly enveloped Duan Lingtian. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. After all, Duan Lingtian was completely relaxed just a moment ago. But so what? Teleportation profound. The wind blade was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. It would only take a moment for the wind blade to land on Duan Lingtian. However, just as the wind blade was about to land on Duan Lingtian's body, Duan Lingtian disappeared with a thought. For a moment, all the wind blades that were condensed from the wind blades slashed through the air. Teleportation. The figure, whose body was wrapped in green chi, suddenly paused. His pupils shrank slightly, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He was skilled in the law of wind. In terms of speed, not many people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were faster than him. Even so, Duan Lingtian had still managed to dodge his attack. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had disappeared from his sight without leaving a trace. What else could it be if this was not the law of space's teleportation profundity? Restraining profundity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had teleported behind him, cast the law of space's restraining profundity and shackled the area where the man was standing. Territory profundity. At the same time, Duan Lingtian released his spatial territory that enveloped an area of 10 meters around him. With another teleportation, he appeared near the imprisoned figure and shrouded him in his spatial territory. At this moment, the figure turned around and met Duan Lingtian's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian had cast the restraining profundity and the territory profundity on the figure did not seem to be affected at all. The figure's body was shrouded in green chi with tiny wind blades that easily resisted the space energy in Duan Lingtian's space territory. Han Qing Mansions, Lu Ji. As soon as the figure turned around, Duan Lingtian saw the identity token hanging on the figure's waist. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled the words of a profound Nether Mansion's disciple he had heard before he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Han Qing Mansion's Lu Ji has only entered the middle realm 5 days ago, but he has already accumulated so many points. Moreover, his points are still increasing. It seems like it won't be difficult for him to rank in the top 30. At that time, it was his first time hearing about Lu Ji. Then, he saw Lu Ji's name on the scoreboard. At that time, Lu Ji was ranked 33rd on the scoreboard with more than 100 points. It would take him less than 20 points to rank in the top 30. If Lu Ji didn't leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he should have been forcefully sent out today. After all, today should be his last day in the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? Duan Lingtian was looking at Lu Ji's identity token. Lu Ji was also looking at Duan Lingtian's identity token. Duan Lingtian? Lu Ji frowned. He had never heard of anyone in the profound Nether Mansion who had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. The teleportation profundity was one of the most peculiar profundities in the law of space. If an outer court disciple in the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity, even if he had only comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity and the space elemental profundity, he would not be a nobody. For this reason, Lu Ji was confused. He had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Apart from the space elemental profundity, the teleportation profundity, the territory profundity, and the restraining profundity, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space so far. An outer court disciple who had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space? For such an existence, unless he had never displayed his strength in front of others, he would definitely not be a nameless figure. The distortion profundity, the cross-dimensional / profundity. Lu Ji was still puzzled by the fact that he had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He continued to cast the other two profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, the distortion profundity and the cross-dimensional / profundity. In just a blink of an eye, the space around Lu Ji began to distort. The force of the distortion shattered the tiny wind blades hovering around Lu Ji's body. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void, followed by a buzzing sound. A gray blade light swept out from behind the spatial crack. The gray saber ray was the center of attention. Everything in the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison to it. The saber ray's target was Lu Ji. It seemed like it had no intention of slowing down at all. It was not difficult to see that if Lu Ji failed to break free from Duan Lingtian's spatial shackles, he would definitely be killed by the cross-dimensional / profundity. Don't let me see you next month. Lu Ji had a ferocious expression on his face as he spat out these words. Then he crushed the jade token that he had just taken out. The green light that shrouded Lu Ji managed to block the cross-dimensional / profundity for a brief moment before he was sent out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm by the transportation formation. This was the most humiliating time Lu Ji had ever been eliminated from the southern heaven ancient realm. When he saw Duan Lingtian's identity token, he had assumed Duan Lingtian was just an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Although it was shocking that an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion had comprehended 3 or 4 profundities from the law of space, it was not enough to threaten him. When he saw Duan Lingtian cast another 2 profundities from the law of space, making a total of 6 profundities from the law of space, he knew he had been careless. He should not have allowed Duan Lingtian to cast so many profundities from the law of space. At this moment, it was too late for him to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Even if he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, it would be impossible for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space in such a short time. It would take time for him to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space. However, he did not have that much time. If he tried to break free from Duan Lingtian's shackles of space, the cross-dimensional / profundity would have landed on him before he could even break free. Moreover, the cross-dimensional / profundity was so fast that he did not have enough time to block it. It was too late. It was too late. For this reason, Lu Ji was left with only one option. He had to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm while he was busy blocking Duan Lingtian's attack. That way, he would be able to escape with his life. Otherwise, he would definitely die. However, even though he had decisively made such a choice, he was still very unwilling to accept it. If he had been prepared, he would have been able to defeat or even kill Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity from the law of space, Lu Ji had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Therefore, he was confident he could catch up to Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. If I use my speed to evade his shackles of space and territory, and use my speed to catch up to his teleportation profundity, it won't be difficult for me to defeat or even kill him. In a way, my speed is the bane of his existence. Lu Ji thought to himself as he was sent away by the transporting formation. He was so frustrated that he was on the verge of losing his mind. However, no matter how frustrated he was still eliminated by Duan Lingtian. 113 points. As soon as Lu Ji's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Lingtian discovered the points in his accumulative point jade had increased by 113 points. Initially, he had 41 points. Chapter 30, 141. In Hanqing Mansion. At this moment, a figure appeared at one of the portals in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Lu Ji. It's senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji has come out. It's a pity that senior brother Lu Ji's ranking stopped at the 31st place. However, it's also because senior brother Lu Ji entered later. Otherwise, with senior brother Lu Ji's strength, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 30. That's right. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Han Qing mansion. Many of them shifted their attention away from the scoreboard. For this reason, they did not notice Lu Ji's name. As soon as Lu Ji appeared, his name, who was originally ranked 31st, had disappeared from the scoreboard. At the same time, his name, who was originally ranked 30th, had dropped by 1 place. As for the rankings after that, there were some timely changes. The names of those who were ranked after 45th all moved forward by 1 place. In fact, this was a huge change in the scoreboard. However, since most of the people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were focused on Lu Ji, they did not notice the change in the scoreboard. Meanwhile, an uproar broke out in the middle of the other portals in the Han Qing mansion. Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Heavens! Senior brother Lu Ji's name has disappeared. Is he eliminated? Who's strong enough to eliminate him in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Could it be the person who eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng? That's him. Look, he already has 154 points and is ranked 25th on the scoreboard. It seems like he's the one who eliminated senior brother Lu Ji. Senior brother Lu Ji had 113 points previously, and Lu Ji has 41 points now. With senior brother Lu Ji's points, Lu Ji has 154 points. The group of elders and disciples of the Han Qing mansion looked at the 25th name on the scoreboard. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Although the owner of this name had eliminated Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion, Hung Feng had comprehended 6 profundities of a law and was in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity of that law, just like Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion. However, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of earth. On the other hand, Lu Ji from the Han Qing mansion had comprehended the law of wind. Moreover, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. He was much stronger than Hung Feng. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only a handful of 10 Directions celestial dukes would be able to stop Lu Ji. But now, Lu Ji had been eliminated. Duan Lingtian? After Lu Ji came out, he ignored the gazes of the surrounding people. His gaze immediately fell on the scoreboard, and he quickly found the name that he hated to the bone. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, and his face became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. At the same time, the surrounding group of people also noticed that something was wrong from Lu Ji's current state. When they followed Lu Ji's gaze and looked at the scoreboard, their pupils constricted and they all gasped in unison. How is this possible? Senior Lu Ji was also eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Who's Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? I've never heard of him before. Is he really an external help the profound Nether Mansion hired? He must be an external help. If the profound Nether Mansion has such a person, why did they keep him a secret until this month? It's impossible for such a person to be a nobody in the profound Nether Mansion. I heard that Duan Lingtian is only an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. If he's not an external help, how could he be an outer court disciple with his strength? I heard from a friend in the profound Nether Mansion that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. Moreover, he's certain the profound Nether Mansion hired Duan Lingtian. What? Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old? Impossible. That's impossible. As more and more people spoke, some of them said they had heard that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. However, no one believed them. Lu Ji is Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion? When the disciples of the Han Qing mansion saw Lu Ji's unsightly expression, none of them dared to question him. However, Some of the elders from the Han Qing mansion did not hesitate to ask. Yes, he's an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. At the very least, his identity token is an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. Lu Ji replied in a deep voice. Is he really stronger than you? Another elder from the Han Qing mansion asked. Humph. If I wasn't careless, he would have been eliminated instead of me. Lu Ji's expression darkened as he stared at Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. He snarled, If I encounter him again next month, I'll change my surname to his if I don't eliminate him. Lu Ji left as soon as he finished speaking. Lu Ji's words before he left also caused the eyes of the Han Qing mansion's group to brighten. This was because they could hear the confidence in Lu Ji's tone. This time, Lu Ji's elimination should really be due to his carelessness. After all, Duan Lingtian had appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple token was hanging on his waist. It was only natural that they would be careless when they saw him. Lu Ji, is he really less than 100 years old? Just as Lu Ji's figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight, another Han Qing mansion elder asked. A 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. Do you think he's younger than 100 years old? Before Lu Ji's figure disappeared in front of everyone, he left behind these words. Of course, the reason why he said this was because he didn't use his divine sense to investigate Duan Lingtian at all. When he discovered Duan Lingtian, he immediately attacked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought. He had originally thought that he could easily capture the person, but he had actually eliminated him. For this reason, he did not notice that Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old. For this reason, when he heard someone say Duan Lingtian was younger than 100 years old, his first thought was, ridiculous! Others might not know about Duan Lingtian's strength, but he knew very well about it. After all, Duan Lingtian was a 10 directions celestial duke who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. How could someone like that be younger than 100 years old? It was impossible. He has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. After Lu Ji left, the group of Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples looked at each other. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Although they had expected this outer court disciple from the profound Nether Mansion to be extraordinary, they were prepared for the possibility that he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. However, it was not as shocking as Lu Ji's words. How difficult was it to comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? It was not as difficult as comprehending 8 or 9 profundities from an ordinary law. Previously, my friend from the Martial Battle Mansion told me that Duan Lingtian has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems like it's true. A Han Qing Mansion's disciple said at this moment, 7 profundities from the law of space? Are you sure? The rest of the Han Qing Mansion's elders and disciples turned to look at the Han Qing Mansion's disciple who had just spoken. If this was true, it meant that Lu Ji had not underestimated Lu Ji. Did this mean Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength when he eliminated Lu Ji? In that case, even if Lu Ji was not careless, he might not be able to eliminate Duan Lingtian. While the Han Qing Mansion was shocked by the news of Lu Ji's elimination, the other grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the profound Nether Mansion, were similarly shocked. Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has accumulated more than 150 points and is ranked 25th after just 5 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there are many people who have accumulated more points than him after entering the middle realm for 5 days, none of them entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. It's common knowledge that the closer one is to the end of the month, the slower one will be to accumulate points. Not only is Duan Lingtian strong, but he's also very lucky. After all, he only managed to accumulate so many points because he encountered Lu Ji from the Hanqing mansion and eliminated him. His current ranking is second only to the profound Nether Mansion's Zhou Hongjie. It was Duan Lingtian's first time in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and he managed to rank 25th after just 5 days. At this moment, all the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory learned of his name. Although most of the Grade 6 celestial mansions knew Duan Lingtian was from the profound Nether Mansion, most of them thought Duan Lingtian was hired by the profound Nether Mansion to help the profound Nether Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. When the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm came to a halt, the people in the middle realm were transported out one by one. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Lingtian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a disappointed expression could be seen on his face. After all, he did not encounter anyone else in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for the next 2 days after he eliminated Lu Ji from the Hanqing mansion. Duan Lingtian is out. As soon as Duan Lingtian exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he discovered he was surrounded by people. Many of them were staring at him with bright eyes. Soon after, their divine consciousness shrouded him. He's really not even 100 years old. Heavens, I thought it was just a rumor. I can't believe Duan Lingtian is really not even 100 years old. No one in the Southern Heaven Territory has managed to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before the age of 100. Not only did Duan Lingtian enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but he's even ranked 25th. That's because Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the end of the month. I can't wait to see Duan Lingtian's performance next month. Chapter 3142. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many similar scenes along the way, he was not surprised at all. However, he had never seen anything like this before. Now that he was forcefully transported from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to the middle realm, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. His surroundings were completely surrounded, and many gazes filled with surprise fell on him. Apart from that, there were also a lot of divine consciousness in his surroundings. Duan Lingtian, did you really comprehend 6 profundities from the law of space? I have a friend who's a disciple of the Hanqing mansion. According to him, Lu Ji from the Hanqing mansion said you've comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, I also heard that you've comprehended the law of space. My cousin is a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. He said Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion said you've comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Is it true? Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. Upon hearing the 2 profound Nether Mansion's disciples' words, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. It was obvious they wanted to know the answer as well. After all, a 10-direction celestial duke who was not even 100 years old was enough to shock them. If a 10-direction celestial duke had comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, how heaven-defying would he be? Goosebumps rose on their skin when they thought about it. Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was frowning slightly because he was surrounded and questioned by a group of people, a loud voice sounded from outside the crowd. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this voice. It was none other than Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. Swoosh! As soon as Qi Tianming called out to Duan Lingtian, before the crowd could react, Duan Lingtian had already vanished from his spot. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had reappeared next to Qi Tianming. At this moment, the crowd finally regained their senses. When they saw Duan Lingtian leaving, an uproar broke out among them. Is that the teleportation profound? That's right. It was the space law's teleportation profundity. Otherwise, how could I, a dignified immortal king, be unable to capture the traces of his movements? Teleportation Upanishad is to teleport and disappear from the original spot. When you reappear at the destination, you won't leave any trace. Now, we can be certain that Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, and he has indeed comprehended the law of space. Moreover, he has comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. In order to comprehend the law of space's teleportation profundity, one must first comprehend the law of space's basic profundity, the space elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian has comprehended at least 2 profundities of the law of space. I wonder if he has really comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space. I'm afraid that Hung Feng and Lu Ji from the Martial Battle Mansion deliberately spread the news that he has comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, so that people won't laugh at them. That's not impossible. However, since he was able to eliminate Hung Feng and Lu Ji, even if he hasn't comprehended 6 or 7 profundities from the law of space, it's enough to prove that he's not simple. That's natural. Those who can make it into the top 30 are definitely not easy to deal with. Duan Lingtian's ears gradually drifted away from the discussion behind him. I didn't expect you to rank so high in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in such a short time. Moreover, it's only the end of the month. On the way back to Qi Tianming's cultivation ground, Qi Tianming glanced at Duan Lingtian and lamented. It was common knowledge that the closer it was to the end of the month, the harder it was to obtain points in the middle realm. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart, if he did not run into Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not have been able to rank in the top 50. It's true that you were lucky to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base and meet Lu Ji. However, if you weren't strong enough, it would have been useless even if you met Lu Ji. You might have even been eliminated by them. Qi Tianming smiled. With Qi Tianming's status, it was not difficult for him to investigate Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian had found the Martial Battle Mansion's base, blocked their entrance, and eliminated more than 10 people from the Martial Battle Mansion. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, it was a great provocation to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. If someone did something like that, they would definitely be targeted by the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the future. For example, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would definitely be targeted by the Martial Battle Mansion. Among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng's strength was not bad. However, there were few people who were stronger than him. Of course, what he meant by stronger than Hung Feng was that his overall strength was stronger than Hung Feng's. In terms of defense, no one below the Celestial King Realm in the Martial Battle Mansion was a match for Hung Feng. Among those who were stronger than Hung Feng, there were some who had only comprehended 6 profundities from a law and were in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity. Take Lu Ji from the Hanqing Mansion, for example. Although his comprehension of profundities was not as high as Hung Feng's, his overall strength was still much stronger than Hung Feng's. Naturally, it was impossible for Lu Ji to eliminate Hung Feng, since he could not break through Hung Feng's defense. It was even more impossible for Hung Feng to eliminate Lu Ji, since he could easily defeat Hung Feng with his speed. Lord Mansion Master came to see me a few days ago to ask about you. Even Lord Mansion Master is paying close attention to you. Qi Tianming looked at Duan Lingtian with a satisfied expression on his face. No matter what, he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian to the profound Nether Mansion. He was the one who recommended Duan Lingtian to join the profound Nether Mansion. If Duan Lingtian became the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he would definitely be rewarded by both the mansion master and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. And those benefits were definitely something that would make the other inspectors extremely envious. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian was not a petty person. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion was not a petty person. On the other hand, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was a senior to the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Even if Duan Lingtian did not reward Duan Lingtian, he would still benefit greatly from being able to meet the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Duan Lingtian followed Qi Tianming back to the mansion master's residence. In my opinion, the Lord Mansion Master will definitely ask me to bring you to him when he hears about you leaving the Middle Realm. Qi Tianming speculated. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in Qi Tianming's words. He bluntly asked, "Old Qi, the scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, right?" "That's right." Qi Tianming nodded. "Today is the last day of the month. Everyone who's in the Middle Realm will be forcefully sent out. Tomorrow will be the beginning of the next month when the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens again." "What? Do you plan to enter tomorrow?" Qi Tianming asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "I haven't decided yet," Duan Lingtian said. "Old Qi, when do you think is the best time for me to enter the Middle Realm?" "If you want to enter the top 20, you can enter tomorrow. However, if you want to enter the top 10, it'll be best if you wait 3 days." Qi Tianming replied. "What if I want to rank first?" Duan Lingtian asked as his eyes glinted. "Rank first?" Qi Tianming was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A wry smile appeared on his face as he said, "I know you want to pass the test set by the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and become the new Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. However, it's not realistic for you to rank first now. Based on what I know, there are a few 10 directions celestial dukes who have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who are very mysterious, although they've only comprehended 7 profundities from a law. Even those who have comprehended 7 profundities and are in the process of comprehending 8 profundities from a law have been defeated by them. Many people suspect they've comprehended 8 profundities from a law, but they've kept it a secret. Even if they haven't comprehended 8 profundities from a law, they must have something else to rely on. Naturally, it can't be an external force. Perhaps it's an innate ability. After all, there are many non-humans in grade 6 celestial mansions who have transformed into humans. Based on Qi Tianming's words, it was clear he did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "There are non-humans." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew the non-humans Qi Tianming was referring to were celestial beasts or plants. In the Devata realms, as long as there were enough fortuitous encounters, many plants could cultivate on their own. Once they cultivated to a certain level, they could even transform into humans and walk the same path as humans, let alone other things. For example, some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were born from plants. Their strength was not inferior to human heavenly emperors or celestial beast heavenly emperors. In fact, they were even stronger than human heavenly emperors and celestial beast heavenly emperors in certain aspects. Yes, Qi Tianming nodded. There are some inhumans in the profound Nether Mansion as well. If you've seen the scoreboard in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm sure you remember Zhou Hongjie and the other person in the top 30, right? Yes. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. When I came out, he was ranked 29th. He was 5 places behind Zhou Hongjie. This month, Duan Lingtian was ranked 25th. Zhou Hongjie was ranked 24th, and there was another disciple from the profound Nether Mansion who was ranked 29th. That disciple's name was Hua Xiao. He's not human. His true form is a flower, Qi Tianming said. Moreover, he's a flower that grew at the bottom of a lake. Due to a fortuitous encounter, he transformed into a human and began to cultivate. He's only slightly over 500 years old. Chapter 30, 143. Age after transforming into a human. Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard Qi Tianming's words. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has a limit of less than 1,000 years. Does that mean the age of a celestial being after transforming into a human is the same as well? If this was the case for celestial beasts, it would mean that celestial beasts would have a huge advantage in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, some powerful celestial beasts would only transform at a later age. After all, their strength was comparable to a celestial when they transformed. Yes. Qi Tianming nodded. Life forms like plants and trees have to absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth before they can transform into a human. However, once they transform into a human, they won't have any cultivation base in the beginning. They'll have to take it one step at a time. Of course, although they didn't have any cultivation in the beginning because their bodies were flowers and trees that had absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and heaven and earth, their cultivation speed was extremely heaven-defying. Even their comprehension ability was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian understood a little about what Qi Tianming had just said. Life forms like plants and trees were different from celestial beasts. Celestial beasts were able to cultivate by relying on their inherited bloodlines before they could transform into human form. Is this the case for celestial beasts? Their age will only be counted after they transform into human form? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course not. Qi Tianming shook his head. Celestial beasts can't be compared to plants and trees in this regard. Take the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as an example. Even celestial beasts who transform into human form at the age of 900 won't be able to enter the middle realm after 100 years. The southern heaven celestial lord who created the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had long considered this. Otherwise, it would be unfair to both humans and other life forms. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, he could accept it. Although Hua Xiao is only a little over 500 years old, he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of water, and he's in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of water. Moreover, the profundities he's comprehended are the more practical and powerful profundities from the law of water. Because of this, coupled with the advantages of his true body, he is one of the strongest existences in the immortal abodes who have comprehended 6 profundities of a certain law and are in the process of comprehending the 7th profundities. This is also the reason why he was able to make it into the top 30. Qi Tianming's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, Hua Xiao. Initially, I thought Hua Xiao would be the only one supporting the profound Nether Mansion after Zhouhong Jie reaches the age of 1,000. I didn't expect you to appear in the Simplicity celestial sect. With your help, the profound Nether Mansion will definitely shine in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In time, it's not impossible for you to reach first place in the rankings. From Qi Tianming's words, it was obvious that he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to get to the top of the leaderboard right now. He felt that Duan Lingtian needed time to settle down. Duan Lingtian could tell that Qi Tianming didn't have much confidence in him, but he didn't care. Because he knew, now, it was useless for him to say anything more. He would only be able to prove himself when he ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder Qi, do you have a map with the locations of the camps in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Although Qi Tianming had said blocking the entrance of a celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was an act of provocation and would incur the wrath of the celestial mansion. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about this. The only thing he cared about was his ranking on the scoreboard. Moreover, even if the celestial mansion wanted to seek revenge, it would only do so in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Once it was out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the other celestial mansions would definitely look down on it. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian blocked the entrance of a grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the grade 6 celestial mansion would not openly seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. If that happened, the reputation of the grade 6 celestial mansion would be tarnished. People would think that the grade 6 celestial mansion was a sore loser. What? You want to block the entrance of another grade 6 celestial mansion's base? It was not difficult for Qi Tianming to guess Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. His eyes widened in shock. It'll be faster to accumulate points this way, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Qi Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm himself down before he said, Duan Lingtian, you shouldn't do this. Although the grade 6 celestial mansion's base would only seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it's still not a good thing for you. Moreover, if you cross the line, who knows if the grade 6 celestial mansion might seek revenge from you in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, can't they hire an assassin? Couldn't they have promised the fugitive some benefits so that the fugitive would take action against you? Qi Tianming shook his head as he spoke. He felt that Duan Lingtian was too naive. Although you know the teleportation profundity, a 10-direction celestial duke who has comprehended 2 or more speed profundities from the law of wind might be able to catch up to you. For this reason, I think you should keep a low profile. Don't block the entrance of the Martial Battle Mansion's base like you did this time. Qi Tianming advised. Old Qi, I know what you mean. However, I still want a map of the grade 6 celestial mansion's bases. I won't block the entrance of the grade 6 celestial mansion's base. Instead of blocking the entrance, I'll watch them from afar and wait for them to leave before I make my move. Is that all right? Duan Lingtian knew Qi Tianming meant well, so he did not argue with Qi Tianming. However, he still wanted a map of the grade 6 celestial mansion's bases. If he had a map of the grade 6 celestial mansion's base, he would be able to locate his targets in a short time and accumulate points. He would not have to wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Even so, you're destined to be disappointed. There's no such map. Qi Tianming shook his head. There's no such map? Duan Lingtian frowned. Is there no one who has drawn it? I've memorized the route from the profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Next time, I'll be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. You won't be able to find it. Qi Tianming shook his head again. You won't be able to find it? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He had a bad feeling about this. Yes, Qi Tianming said. Every time the scoreboard is reset, the environment in the middle realm will change as well. Based on what I know, the environment in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm changes countless times. Every time there's a change, the grade 6 celestial mansion's bases will change locations and not appear in the same place. For this reason, even if you memorize the route from the profound Nether Mansion's base to the Martial Battle Mansion's base, you won't be able to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base the next month. Qi Tianming paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Do you understand now? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect this to happen. If that's the case, there's no such map. The environment in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would change every month as the scoreboard was reset. The grade 6 celestial mansion's bases would change as well. How could one draw a map under such circumstances? It was impossible. Inspector Qi. Inspector Qi. All of a sudden, loud voices rang in the air. These people's voices were filled with disdain. They did not seem to be respectful toward Qi Tianming like the other disciples and elders of the profound Nether Mansion. I didn't expect those old fellows to come before Lord Mansion Master, Qi Tianming said as he shook his head. Qi Tianming shook his head when he heard the voice. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, these old fellows are my old friends. Apart from one of them, the rest of them are from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans were the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Zhangsun Clan, and the Gonyang Clan. When the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, Duan Lingtian had met high-ranking officials from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among them, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was the inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian had met Bihai Mingfeng when he first arrived at the Profound Nether Mansion. This time, they must have come together because they heard the news of you coming out and are here for you, Qi Tianming said confidently. In fact, it was exactly as Qi Tianming had said. The other inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion had come for Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian's name was well known in the Profound Nether Mansion, apart from those who were in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, the inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion's estate were very interested in Duan Lingtian. When they learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and that Duan Lingtian had left with Qi Tianming, they immediately made their way to Qi Tianming's estate. The inspectors were mostly old men from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They were from the same generation as Qi Tianming. For this reason, they had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, they were kind and amiable when they spoke to Qi Tianming. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was not the case. Qi Tianming was one of the reasons why the inspectors behaved like this in front of him, but it was more because of the achievements he had shown so far. He was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who was not even 100 years old. He had comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. His achievements were enough to shock the top 10 clans and 5 sects in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the Grade 6 celestial mansions. On the same day, a message was sent to Chen Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Lingtian, a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who is not even 100 years old. It's suspected that he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, recommended him to the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3144. As one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull Gang's overall strength was inferior to the top forces in the Southern Heaven Territory, like the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. However, the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network was much better than the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Duan Lingtian is a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old. Moreover, he has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he was recommended by someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect to join the Profound Nether Mansion. Chen Yuanshan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang, had an unsightly expression on his face when he received the news. However, he was not certain. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion, was the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect whom his son, Chunli, had agreed to take on the mission. However, based on the current situation, it was highly likely that the 2 Duan Lingtian were the same person. Although there was a huge gap between the 2 of them, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial Sect had been tricked by a reincarnated Celestial Emperor to sacrifice him to the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit Tree. The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit was a celestial fruit that could allow a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in a short time. Moreover, after consuming the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit, one could even comprehend the profundities of a law that one had never encountered before. It was rumored that one could comprehend at least 6 profundities of that law. If Duan Lingtian really obtained the Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit and consumed it, there's no doubt they're the same person. In fact, Chen Yuanshan was certain that Duan Lingtian was the disciple of the Profound Nether Mansion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, was Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect, who was still on the Blood Skull Gang's mission list. However, to be safe, he decided to investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. I'll inform that unfilial son of the news when I've confirmed that Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion is the same person as the Duan Lingtian from the Simplicity Celestial sect. If Duan Lingtian has really become a disciple of the profound nether mansion, the profound nether mansion will definitely take him seriously. It'll be much more difficult for us to kill him now. I can only hope that the two of them only share the same name. Now, Chen Yuanshan still had some hope in his heart. Of course, he knew that this was a fluke, and it was a fluke that was unlikely to happen. It was possible for people with the same name and surname to exist. However, one should not forget that Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, was recommended to join the profound nether mansion by Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. Moreover, Qi Tianming was also a senior figure in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Was there such a coincidence in this world? Not likely. In the profound nether mansion. After sending off the inspectors, Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming continued their conversation. Old Qi said that if I want to enter the top 10, it's better for me to enter the middle realm 3 days after it reopens, right? Why is that? Duan Lingtian recalled Qi Tianming's words earlier. It was as though he would have a greater advantage if he entered the middle realm 3 days later. 3 days is a chance for the people in the middle realm to accumulate points. Think about it. If you enter the middle realm 3 days later, some of the people in the middle realm will have accumulated points. That way, you'll be able to eliminate a small number of people and obtain a lot of points. Qi Tianming explained. Upon hearing Qi Tianming's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had not considered this possibility at all. However, after listening to Qi Tianming's explanation, it made sense. If he entered the middle realm on the first day, the people from the other celestial mansions would not have many points. Even if he eliminated them, he would not be able to obtain a lot of points. It would be better to let them jump around for a few more days and wait for them to accumulate a certain amount of opportunities before going in to eliminate them. That would be more efficient. If that's the case, isn't 3 days too short? Duan Lingtian asked. He could wait for 5 or 6 days before he entered the middle realm. It's fine if you want to wait a few days before you enter. However, there won't be as many people in the middle realm as before. At that time, even if the people in the middle realm have accumulated points, who can guarantee you'll meet them? Qi Tianming said. 3 days is the most suitable time. There'll still be a lot of people in the middle realm after 3 days. At that time, you won't be in an awkward situation where you can't find anyone. Although you've accumulated points this month, I'm afraid you haven't encountered many people, right? When Qi Tianming finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had not encountered many people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason he was able to enter the top 30 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was due to luck. Elder Qi, I'll do as you say. I'll wait for 3 days before entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when it reopens tomorrow. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. After bidding farewell to Elder Qi, Duan Lingtian returned to the residence Elder Qi had arranged for him. It was a spacious courtyard filled with flowers and grass. There was also a separate room at the back of the courtyard. In the next 3 days, Duan Lingtian planned to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Previously, when I encountered the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciple, Hung Feng, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I managed to break through his defenses by activating the transportation profundity after he comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If I didn't use the transportation profundity at that time, it would have been impossible for me to break through his defenses. Duan Lingtian clearly remembered the battle between Hung Feng and Hung Feng. During his battle with Hung Feng in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Hung Feng had comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity. If Duan Lingtian did not use the transportation profundity to break through Hung Feng's defenses, it would have been impossible for him to break through Hung Feng's defenses. I only used the transportation profundity to break through his defense profundity because I caught him off guard. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses. After all, I've only just comprehended the transportation profundity. If he had concealed his defense profundity in advance, I wouldn't have been able to break through his defenses with my half-baked transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. He was only able to defeat and eliminate Hung Feng because of luck. If he encountered Hung Feng again, he was certain Hung Feng would be well prepared. At that time, it would be impossible for him to break through Hung Feng's defenses again. Unless I completely comprehend the transportation profundity, I won't be able to break through Hung Feng's defenses. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent the next 3 to 4 days comprehending the transportation profundity. He had even forgotten about the passage of time. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has been open for 6 days, but Duan Lingtian still hasn't entered? At this moment, similar questions were being asked in all 3 of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion. Since the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, there were people guarding the transporting formations. They were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian had not entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most importantly, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been updated, but Duan Lingtian's name was nowhere to be seen. For example, Zhou Hongjie from the profound nether mansion was ranked 16th on the scoreboard. Hua Xiao from the profound nether mansion was ranked 14th on the scoreboard. Naturally, the duo's outstanding performance was due to the fact that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had only been open for 6 days. As long as one entered the middle realm on the first day, those who usually made it into the top 30 would be able to make it into the top 20 in a short period of time. Even those who were ranked in the top 20 would be able to make it to the top 10 within a short period of time. However, even if they managed to make it to the top, it would be difficult for them to maintain their ranking. While the people from the profound nether mansion were paying attention to Duan Lingtian, many people from grade 6 celestial mansions were also paying attention to the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion hasn't entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm yet? I think so. Not only has he not appeared on the scoreboard, but there are also 4 people who were ranked in the top 10 last month who haven't appeared on the scoreboard. Last month, Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion entered the middle realm at the end of the month. I wonder if he'll enter earlier this time. If he enters earlier, I wonder if he'll be able to make it to the top 20. If he has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, it won't be difficult for him to make it to the top 20. In fact, he might even make it to the top 10. I can't wait to see his performance. It's strange. I'm not a member of the profound nether mansion, so I have nothing to do with Duan Lingtian's ranking. However, I'm curious to see if he'll be able to make it to the top of the scoreboard this month. Same here. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. When he walked out of his room to look for Qi Tianming, he found out that the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had been open for 6 days, and the person ranked first on the scoreboard had already accumulated more than 100 points. I didn't dare to disturb you, since you didn't come out. Are you planning to enter the middle realm today? Qi Tianming asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to make it to the middle realm. Most people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were looking forward to seeing Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yes, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. Chapter 30, 145. Duan Lingtian is here. He's Duan Lingtian? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. Is he really a 10 directions celestial duke? He has comprehended more than 6 profundities from the law of space. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already so strong. When Duan Lingtian appeared the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a commotion broke out among the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. Most of them were here to watch the commotion and wait for Duan Lingtian to appear. They knew Duan Lingtian was staying with Qi Tianming, the inspector of the southern heaven ancient realm, and Qi Tianming's cultivation place was on the main island. Moreover, Qi Tianming had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. For this reason, they were certain Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As it turned out, they were right. Duan Lingtian did indeed enter the middle realm through the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Elder, I'm here to apply for an accumulative point jade. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian walked through the front courtyard and into the main hall of the mansion. He walked up to a counter. This time, Duan Lingtian did not go to the counter from before. Instead, he went to a random counter. Naturally, the profound Nether Mansion's elder who was behind the counter last time had changed. He looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. He's Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, you've been quiet since last month. Are you confident you'll be able to rank in the top 10 this month? The elder behind the counter was very polite to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a smile on his face as he helped Duan Lingtian with the accumulative point jade. If I'm lucky, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank in the top 10. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face as he took the accumulative point jade from the elder behind the counter. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had to apply for a new accumulative point jade every month. After 10 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, one's accumulative point jade would shatter when one was forcefully transported out. Of course, since the accumulative point jade token was broken outside, it did not affect the points that the owner of the accumulative point jade token obtained in that month. There was another situation, just like Duan Lingtian last month. Although he did not spend 10 days in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he was still exhausted from using his accumulative point jade. This was because the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would be reset once every month. During this period, the people in the middle realm would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm. Their accumulative point jade would shatter when they were transported out of the middle realm. First place, the eyes of the profound Nether Mansion's elder widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The people in the vicinity who heard Duan Lingtian's words were momentarily stunned by his words. They only regained their senses when they saw Duan Lingtian walking to the stone platform at the end of the hall and activating the transportation formation. Duan Lingtian is really arrogant. He actually said it's not difficult to rank first. He's crazy. Although his innate talent and comprehension skills are heaven-defying, why doesn't he think about the 10 directions celestial dukes from the other celestial mansions in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? I might believe him if he said it's not difficult to rank first a few decades later. However, he's still too inexperienced for that. It's been a few years since the top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard has changed. However, the top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are constantly changing. In fact, only 2 people managed to rank first for 2 months in a row, right? The top 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard is about the same. It's all down to luck. All 6 of them have ranked first in the past year. Duan Lingtian will be lucky if he manages to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. After Duan Lingtian left, those who heard his words shook their heads and discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they thought he was too naive. Those who did not hear Duan Lingtian's words shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian was too naive. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space, he might not be able to rank first in the middle realm of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Duan Lingtian might be able to rank first if he had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm scoreboard. Without comprehending 9 profundities from the law of space, it was impossible. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were not the only ones who felt this way. Even those from the grade 6 celestial mansions felt the same way. Hung Feng's points are increasing so quickly. I think he just entered the scoreboard a few days ago, and now he's already in the top 30. At this moment, a group of elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion exclaimed in surprise, drowning out the discussion about Duan Lingtian. The scoreboard attracted the attention of the elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. After all, the increase in points of ordinary people was not enough to attract their attention. However, Hung Feng was different. Based on what they knew, Hung Feng had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian on his first day in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after he came out of closed-door cultivation. That was the most frustrating time for Hung Feng. Even so, Hung Feng still managed to comprehend the 7th profundity of the law of Earth after that battle. Before Hung Feng comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of Earth, there was only one 10 Directions celestial duke in the Martial Battle Mansion who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of fire. Apart from that, it was said that the 10 Directions celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of fire had also comprehended the 8th profundity from the law of fire. It was said that the 10 Directions celestial duke had comprehended 8 profundities from the law of fire and was on the verge of comprehending the 9th profundity from the law of fire. After all, the 10 Directions celestial duke was one of the 6 strongest people on the scoreboard. In the past year, he had topped the scoreboard twice. Although he did not stay at the top for 2 consecutive months, the fact that he was the strongest person on the scoreboard showed how strong he was. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was widely acknowledged that the 6 strongest people were the strongest 10 Directions celestial dukes in the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. This was widely acknowledged by the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. Among the 10 Directions celestial dukes in the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, the 6 of them were the overlords. It's only been a blink of an eye, but Hung Feng has risen to 26th place again. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion, Hung Feng, who was originally ranked 29th on the scoreboard, had jumped by 3 names. Although Hung Feng has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of Earth, his forte is defense. His speed is his weakness. Normally, it's impossible for his points to rise so quickly. After all, many people can easily escape from under his nose. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said, "Even so, don't forget that he can always find someone to help him. As long as his helper can slow down his opponent's speed, it won't be easy for him to eliminate his opponents." An elder from the profound Nether Mansion chimed in. "That's right. If Hung Feng can find a disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed, it won't be difficult for him to accumulate points." That's right. A disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who specializes in speed can also benefit from joining forces with Hung Feng. All he has to do is keep his opponents busy and prevent them from leaving. Once Hung Feng catches up with them, he'll be able to eliminate his opponents easily. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm doesn't restrict 10 Directions celestial dukes from joining forces. Even someone as arrogant as Hung Feng has chosen to join forces with someone else. It seems like he's very ambitious this month. Not only did Hung Feng's performance attract the attention of the people from the profound Nether Mansion, but even the people from the other Grade 6 celestial mansions were paying attention to him. Has Hung Feng finally learned his lesson? There's another person who has comprehended 7 profundities from the law of earth in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That person has joined forces with someone else and made it to the top a dozen times. It seems like Hung Feng is trying to emulate that person. In the past, the powerful 10 Directions celestial dukes from the martial battle mansion who specialize in speed might look down on Hung Feng. However, now that Hung Feng has comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, they won't hesitate to join forces with him. I wonder who's teaming up with Hung Feng. If Wan Qingqing is teaming up with Hung Feng, I'm sure either Hung Feng or Wan Qingqing will be able to enter the top 10 this time. Wan Qingqing was ranked 17th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm last month. Most importantly, she was a woman. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Junior sister Qingqing, it's your turn to collect the points. A tall and sturdy man stood in the air above a towering mountain with a grin on his face as he spoke to a green-clad figure hovering in the air. The green-clad figure was a young woman with long hair that cascaded down her back. She had a beautiful face that was so enchanting that her surroundings seemed to pale in comparison. However, her pair of clear and cold eyes seemed to repel people thousands of miles away. Yes, the woman replied coldly when she heard the tall and sturdy man's words. The tall and sturdy man did not seem to mind. HM? All of a sudden, the woman seemed to have sensed something and turned to look in the distance. At this moment, a person had appeared out of thin air in front of her. It seems like we're fated to meet again. The newcomer looked at the tall and sturdy man with a faint smile on his face. It's you. The tall and sturdy man's expression changed drastically when he saw the newcomer. After all, this was the person who had eliminated him last month. HM? The burly man's expression changed drastically, causing the woman nearby to be a little surprised. Soon after, her expression turned slightly solemn. After all, there were very few people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm who could cause the tall and sturdy man's expression to change so drastically. Even she would not be able to break through the tall and sturdy man's defenses in a one-on-one battle. Who's he? The woman asked the tall and sturdy man through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 30, 146. Duan Lingtian. When the woman heard the large man's voice transmission, her originally cold eyes suddenly narrowed. When she looked at the purple figure again, a deep sense of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. 6 days ago, she did not even know there was such a person in the profound Nether Mansion. However, 6 days ago, when the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was refreshed, she learned about Duan Lingtian from the other disciples of the martial battle mansion. Duan Lingtian was a 10 Directions celestial duke who had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. Last month, Hung Feng, an inner core disciple of the martial battle mansion, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian on his first day in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Before Hung Feng was eliminated, he had successfully comprehended the 7th profundity from the law of earth, the defense profundity, due to the pressure from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, was even more terrifying. A few days ago, Hung Feng had approached her and offered to work with her to obtain points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, he had promised not to obtain more points than her. When she recalled Hung Feng's defense was so strong that not many people in the southern heaven ancient realm would be able to break through it, and her speed, she had agreed. After entering the middle realm with Hung Feng, she had heard about Duan Lingtian an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion from Hung Feng. However, she did not expect that Duan Lingtian would encounter Hung Feng. On the third day of entering the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with Hung Feng, she had encountered Duan Lingtian, who had become the talk of the town in the grade 6 celestial mansions. Junior sister Qing Qing, take me with you. We're no match for him. Hung Feng urged Wan Qing Qing through voice transmission when he discovered Duan Lingtian had locked onto him with his divine consciousness. When he thought about the points he had obtained with Wan Qing Qing's help, he gritted his teeth and asked Wan Qing Qing to take him away. Whoosh! As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, Wan Qing Qing's body transformed into a green silhouette. Before the silhouette disappeared, she had already appeared beside Hung Feng. Whoosh! In the next moment, a green light shrouded Wan Qing Qing and Hung Feng. In just a blink of an eye, they turned into a green light and sped away. If it was a one-on-one battle, Wan Qing Qing was far from being Hung Feng's match. Of course, if she wanted to run, even two Hung Fengs wouldn't be able to catch up to her. Based on her speed, she was definitely one of the fastest 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. She was not inferior to the top 6 10 directions celestial dukes. Otherwise, why would Hung Feng have approached her first and asked her to join forces with him? Old friend, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw Hung Feng being led away by the green-robed woman. Their speed was so fast that it was comparable to his own teleportation speed. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundities from the law of space to increase his speed. Only then did he manage to catch up to the green-robed woman and Hung Feng. Alas, he barely managed to catch up to them. Based on his current speed, it would take him at least an hour to catch up to Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. How fast? Duan Lingtian was shocked as he chased after Hung Feng and the green-robed woman. Her speed is comparable to a 10 directions celestial duke who has comprehended 3 speed profundities from the law of wind. Most importantly, she seems to have comprehended the laws of wood. How can someone who has comprehended the law of wood be so fast? Even if she has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of wood, it's impossible for her to be so fast. Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness as he chased after the green-clad woman. It was not difficult for him to discover the green-clad woman had comprehended the law of wood. There seems to be some other energy. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness further, he discovered the reason the green-clad woman was so fast was due to a mysterious energy. The energy came from the green-robed woman's body as though it was something she was born with. External energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was certain the green-robed woman had used celestial talismans or pills. Therefore, he was certain the green-robed woman was capable of using her own energy. Is she using the energy from the clear heavens divine wood, one of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth in his body. After all, he knew the 5 divine elements were still capable of using their energy, even though external energy was prohibited in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian had already tested this out when he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he could rely on the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth. Although Duan Lingtian had obtained the clear heavens divine wood, it was only in its first form. Not only could it not help him, but it had not even gained sentience yet. No, the chaos divine flame replied. If she's using the energy from the clear heavens divine wood, we'll be able to sense it. No. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the green-robed woman. It seems like she's really born with her energy, just like Ling Juyun's bloodline energy. Duan Lingtian remembered Ling Juyun's bloodline energy was not an external energy, but it could greatly improve his strength. I didn't expect him to be so fast. It was not difficult for Hung Feng to see Duan Ling Tian closing in on them. He knew it would not take long for Duan Ling Tian to catch up to them. Junior sister Qing Qing, let's go. If he didn't conceal his strength, he's definitely slower than you. In fact, if he doesn't conceal his strength, he won't be able to outrun you. Hung Feng knew it was only a matter of time before Duan Ling Tian caught up to them. If Duan Ling Tian sealed the space around them, Wan Qing Qing might not be able to escape. For this reason, he made up his mind to let Wan Qing Qing leave him behind. Hung Feng, you only gave me 1 point last time. I'm very satisfied with the number of points you've given me this time. Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he chased after Hung Feng and Wan Qing Qing, although he had eliminated Hung Feng last month. Since Hung Feng had just entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Ling Tian only had 1 point. This time, before Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng had already entered the top 30. Hung Feng, who was ranked 29th, had more than 20 points. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Hung Feng had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Currently, Hung Feng was ranked 26th on the scoreboard. He had 33 points. Before Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Hung Feng had eliminated a 10 Directions Celestial Duke with Wan Qing Qing's help and obtained 5 points from the 10 Directions Celestial Duke. This person next to you must be the helper you recruited before you entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? She's very fast. If she joins forces with you, she might be able to help you enter the top 20. If you're lucky, she might even help you enter the top 10. Duan Ling Tian was amazed by Wan Qing Qing's speed. However, before I entered the middle realm, I only saw your name and another male disciple's name on the scoreboard. I don't think she started collecting points yet, right? Duan Ling Tian had a good memory. Before he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had memorized all the names on the scoreboard and their respective celestial mansions. Out of the 100 names on the scoreboard, only 2 belonged to the Martial Battle Mansion. Apart from Hung Feng, the other person's name was ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Moreover, the other person's name was clearly masculine. It was obvious the other person was not the woman standing in front of him. It was unlikely Hung Feng would join forces with someone from another celestial mansion. After all, even if Hung Feng trusted the other person, it was unlikely they would encounter each other after they entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, there was a possibility that Hung Feng had only looked for helpers after he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian assumed the woman was from the Martial Battle Mansion and had not collected any points yet. Last month, there were 3 people from the Martial Battle Mansion on the scoreboard. Apart from the person who was ranked 4th before I entered the middle realm and the Martial Battle Mansion's disciple whom I eliminated last month, there's a Martial Battle Mansion's disciple named Wan Qing Qing. Wan Qing Qing is most likely a woman's name. If I'm not mistaken, it's her name. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the woman who was flying with Hung Feng in tow. Her speed was not much slower than his. Boy, if it's possible, why don't you join forces with this woman? Although we can help you, the most we can do is increase the strength of your attacks. We can't increase your speed. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. With her speed, it'll be easy for you to join forces with her in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I think you should try joining forces with her as well. The profound divine metal chimed in. It was rare for it not to disagree with the Chaos Divine Earth. Join forces? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Earth and the profound divine metal's words. He would not have thought of this if they did not mention it. Although his speed was not slow, it would be a problem if he encountered someone who was faster than him in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. let alone someone who had comprehended 3 types of speed profundities from the law of wind. He might not even be able to catch up to someone who had comprehended 2 types of speed profundities from a law. All right. After listening to Hung Feng's suggestion and seeing Duan Lingtian's figure getting closer and closer, Wan Qingqing pondered for a moment before she accepted Hung Feng's suggestion. In the next moment, she abandoned Hung Feng. Swoosh! As soon as she abandoned Hung Feng, her speed soared to a whole new level, leaving Duan Lingtian in the dust. In just a blink of an eye, she disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. Chapter 3147. When Duan Lingtian approached Hung Feng was already prepared. Not only did he cast the law of Earth's rock body profundity, but he also cast the law of Earth's crystal wall profundity and defense profundity. This time he learned his lesson. The talismans that appeared from the defense ultimacy merged with the crystal wall on the surface of his body, causing the crystal wall to glow with new life. At the same time, the celestial origin energy that contained the law of Earth's elemental profundity was ready to be unleashed at any time. Apart from the law of Earth's elemental profundity, rock body profundity, crystal wall profundity, and defense profundity, Hung Feng had also comprehended the law of Earth's vibration profundity, gravitational space profundity, and recovery profundity. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect myself to be so unlucky. I've only been in the middle realm for 3 days, and you're here again. How long have you been here? Hung Feng asked with a bitter smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had stopped moving not far away. I just came in. I haven't met anyone before you. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Just came in? Did you meet anyone else? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hung Feng felt his breathing stagnate. When he first came in last month, the first person he met was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had just entered this month, and the first person he met was him. What kind of luck did he have? At the same time, Duan Lingtian did not seem to be bothered by Hung Feng's solemn expression. Hung Feng, the woman who carried you earlier, must be Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, right? Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the name Wan Qingqing. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had a deep impression of the top 30 rankers in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Last month, Wan Qingqing's name was ranked 17th. Not bad. Hung Feng nodded. Then he scoffed and said, However, I advise you not to pursue Junior's sister Qingqing. She's definitely one of the fastest 10 directions, celestial dukes, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In terms of speed, there are very few people who can compare to her. It's impossible for you to catch up to her. Hung Feng was confident in Wan Qingqing's speed. After witnessing Wan Qingqing's speed, Duan Lingtian knew what Hung Feng said was true. As long as Wan Qingqing did not give him a chance to attack and tried to escape, he would not be able to stop her. If I'm not wrong, this month, when you came in with her, she was the only one who helped to get points. You haven't helped her get any points, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Hung Feng and asked, Don't tell me you don't feel guilty at all. Duan Lingtian's words were like a needle that pierced Hung Feng's heart, causing his face to darken. How could he not feel guilty? If it were not for Wan Qingqing's help, he would not have been able to obtain so many points in such a short time. However, before he could help Wan Qingqing, he had already encountered Duan Lingtian. Humph! Hung Feng scoffed. Once I'm done with you, I'll join forces with Junior sister Qingqing and help her get more points. It seems like she hasn't left yet. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. In fact, it was not difficult for him to figure this out. Otherwise, he would not have let Wan Qingqing leave without telling her about joining forces. After all, he knew Wan Qingqing would not go far. At the very least, she would not leave until she was certain Hung Feng was eliminated. With Wan Qingqing's speed, as long as she was prepared, she would not be eliminated. So what if she hasn't left yet? Do you think you can catch up to her? Hung Feng sneered. Hung Feng, are you going to crush your accumulative point jade, or do you need my help? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Although I lost you last time, it was only because I didn't expect you to have comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. More importantly, I'm not sure if you've fully comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity, or if you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, Hung Feng said solemnly. If you've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, then I'll merge the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity. Your attack won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit me. Comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity and fully comprehending it were two different concepts. Hung Feng had gone to find out more about this a few days ago. For this reason, he was willing to take a gamble. He was willing to bet that Duan Lingtian had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. I didn't expect someone as boorish as you to be so meticulous. Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. Then he said indifferently, however, you're right. I've only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Now that you've merged the defense profundity with the crystal barrier profundity, I won't be able to bypass the defense profundity and hit you. Duan Lingtian did not hide the fact that he had only begun to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. If that's the case, you won't be able to break through my defenses. Hung Feng's eyes glinted as a smile appeared on his face. Junior's sister Qing Qing, come back! At the same time, Hung Feng called out loudly. His voice that contained celestial origin energy reverberated in the air. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, a green figure appeared in the distance and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the green figure. At this moment, this was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken a good look at the female disciple from the martial battle mansion. She had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. She was comparable to his two wives in terms of looks. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the green figure was also looking at him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Hung Feng finally spoke. Junior sister Qing Qing, you stay at the side. If Duan Lingtian can't break through my defenses, we'll work together to send him out of here. When Hung Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his voice was filled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity for him to avenge his humiliation. Naturally, I'm not sure if Duan Lingtian has a trump card up his sleeve. If he's hiding his strength and is able to break through my defenses, you should leave. Junior sister Qing Qing. Hung Feng continued to say through voice transmission, I'll return what I owe you in the future. All right, Wan Qing Qing replied indifferently. Senior sister Wan, if I can't break through Hung Feng's defenses, you can work together with him to eliminate me. However, if I can break through his defenses, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't we work together instead? Upon hearing Hung Feng's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qing Qing and said with a smile, I can guarantee you that if you work together with me, you'll be able to enter the top 10. Both Hung Feng and Wan Qing Qing did not expect Duan Lingtian to work together. Humph! Duan Lingtian, are you trying to use this as an excuse to get close to Junior sister Qing Qing so you can eliminate her? Hung Feng said, as though he had seen through Duan Lingtian's intentions. How many points does Senior Sister Wan have in her accumulative points jade? Do you think it's possible for me to give up on working with her and eliminate her? Duan Lingtian looked at Hung Feng indifferently and asked, If you were me, would you eliminate her? Hung Feng was speechless when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, Wan Qing Qing only had 1 point. Even if he eliminated her, he would only get 1 point. It was meaningless. The three of us can work together. Wan Qing Qing's cold voice resonated in the air. He's of no use to me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wan Qingqing indifferently and said, "Moreover, it's meaningless to split the points between the three of us. If you eliminate him, I won't work with you." Wan Qingqing said coldly, "It doesn't matter if you work with me or not. I'll still eliminate him. To me, you're just the icing on the cake. It's not like I have to work with you." Although Duan Lingtian admired Wan Qingqing's character, he did not show any signs of backing down. Wan Qingqing was infuriated. When had she ever been treated like this by a man? Did this man not know how to treat a woman well? Humph! Duan Lingtian, if you want to eliminate me, you'll have to break through my defenses first. Otherwise, you'll be the one eliminated today. Hung Feng snorted coldly. At the same time he made his move, he stepped into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a raging bull. Junior sister Qingqing. At the same time, Hung Feng sent a voice transmission to Wan Qingqing. "If Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching my defenses, you should join forces with him. Although I don't know him personally, I have a good eye for people. Duan Lingtian doesn't seem like a person who goes back on his word. Perhaps you can seize this opportunity to enter the top 10 in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Hung Feng's voice transmission could be considered as persuading Wan Qingqing. "Let's see if he can breach your defenses first." Wan Qingqing replied through voice transmission, "Since you're so confident about your defenses, I'll breach your defenses with just one move." Duan Lingtian said with a nonchalant smile on his face, "This time I won't use the transportation profundity." He won't use the transportation profundity? Hung Feng was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space? He had seen Duan Lingtian cast 7 profundities from the law of space, including the transportation profundity. Based on Duan Lingtian's confidence, he could not help but think Duan Lingtian might have comprehended 2 other profundities from the law of space. Gravitational space profundity, vibration profundity, recovery profundity. Hung Feng did not dare to be careless. He quickly used all the techniques he knew. Presently, he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would gain the initiative by striking first, causing him to be unable to utilize all his abilities. Chapter 30, 148. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of teleporting away in the face of Hung Feng's ferocious attack. The void around him rippled as his space territory enveloped an area with a radius of 10 meters. At the same time, the space around him began to distort. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Confinement profundity. When Hung Feng's attack entered the distorted space territory, Duan Lingtian mobilized a celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity to restrain the attack. In the next moment, dimension/profundity. A spatial tear appeared next to Duan Lingtian. As soon as it appeared, a gray saber ray flew out of the spatial tear. The gray sword light flew out from the spatial crack, as if it was an attack that had transcended space. It swept through the void and easily destroyed Hung Feng's attack. During this process, not only was the gray saber ray not weakened, but it had also become stronger. This was because the gray saber ray was replenished when it passed through the distorted space territory. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's territory profundity, the distortion profundity, or the confinement profundity, all of them had replenished the gray saber ray with the space elemental profundity. During this process, the gray saber ray that looked like the dimension/profundity increased in size. While Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity was being replenished by the space elemental profundity, Hung Feng did not remain idle. Whoosh! 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 In front of Hung Feng, huge stone pillars fell with a whistling sound, separating him from Duan Lingtian. The repulsive force from the gravitational space profundity was also unleashed around the stone pillars. Together with the vibration profundity, it repelled all external forces. This time, Hung Feng was more prepared than the previous time. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of attacking. Instead, he was fully focused on defending himself. In fact, he had even activated his defense before Duan Lingtian's attack. Hung Feng's nerves were tense as he controlled the stone pillars. He did not dare to be distracted. This was the only way he could move the stone pillar to Duan Lingtian's direction when Duan Lingtian teleported to another place and launched an attack from another direction. What he did not know was that Duan Lingtian had no intention of using the teleportation profundity. Seniors, please lend me a hand. Before the dimension/profundity, Duan Lingtian spaces eyes. Duan Lingtian's eyes' power, heaven's profundity. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 2 waves of power extended from his body, as if they were something he was born with. 2 eyes of heaven, eyes of the eyes of Duan to Lingtian's 2s of the of. The eyes the Duan Lingtian, S's Wan to Lingof S. Wan Qing stood in the void, not far away, with a shocked expression. She could no longer maintain her composure. This is when Wan Qing noticed Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity. Hung Feng also noticed it. This was his first time witnessing such a thing. Previously, Duan Lingtian did not use such a technique when he attacked Hung Feng. As expected, he's concealing his strength. Hung Feng's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he was confused. He could tell the golden flames surrounding Duan Lingtian's dimension/profundity were not the 2 remaining profundities from the law of space. In that case, there was only one possibility. This was Duan Lingtian's innate strength that was not related to the profundities from the law of space. It was similar to Wan Qing's heaven-defying speed. After all, Wan Qing was not a human. She was a grass that had transformed into a human. She was originally a swift wind grass that grew in a canyon in the southern heaven territory. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she had transformed into a human and began to cultivate. As a plant, and tree, her speed of comprehending the law of wood was monstrous. Moreover, her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary humans. However, this was not the most important thing. After Wan Qing transformed into a human, she inherited the swift wind grass's innate divine ability. The innate divine ability would improve as her cultivation base increased. Just like now, with her innate ability, Wan Qing's speed was almost equal to the speed of the 3 primary speed profundities of the law of wind combined. Naturally, there were restrictions when she used the innate divine ability. She could not use the wood elemental profundity that contained the law of wood to increase her speed. However, even so, her speed was enough to leave 99% of the people at the same cultivation level as her. At this moment, Hung Feng thought the layer of golden flames that Duan Lingtian cast on the cross-dimensional/profundity was Duan Lingtian's innate strength. It was similar to Wan Qing's innate divine ability. This Duan Lingtian is either not human or has a variant bloodline in his body. Hung Feng thought to himself. At the same time, Hung Feng felt a great deal of pressure. The situation before him, coupled with Duan Lingtian's confidence, caused his heart to beat faster. Calm down. Even if he has other abilities, he might not be able to break through my defenses. Hung Feng comforted himself inwardly. Gradually, his gaze turned resolute, and he no longer wavered. Hung Feng, get ready. I'll make my move in 3 breaths' time. While Hung Feng was still on guard, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The dimensional/profundity that was covered in golden flames began to revolve around his palm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hung Feng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Was this not too humiliating? How could he give him time to prepare? Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if your performance is worthy of your confidence." Hung Feng let out a low roar. After wasting one breath of time, he used the remaining 2 breaths of time to prepare for battle again. In just a blink of an eye, the time was up. Buzz! When the time was up, Duan Lingtian swung his hand and threw the dimensional/profundity that was revolving around his palm toward Hung Feng. To be more precise, it was aimed at Hung Feng's first layer of defense. The stone pillars that were formed from celestial origin energy that contained the earth elemental profundity, the gravitational space profundity, and the vibration profundity. This was the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared. As soon as Duan Lingtian threw the gray saber ray out, Wan Qingqing, who was standing nearby, stared at it intently. The gray saber ray whistled through the air, causing the void to tremble. It was as though the void would crack at any moment. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray collided with the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared. However, when the golden flames on the gray saber ray flickered a few times, the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared was easily destroyed. Boom! Rumble! Although the stone pillars were protected by the gravitational space profundity, the vibration profundity, and the gravitational space profundity, they were still destroyed by the gray saber ray in just a blink of an eye. In fact, the gray saber ray did not even pause when it destroyed the stone pillars. The entire process was as simple as cutting tofu. Of course, Hung Feng's first layer of defense only looked intimidating. In fact, its defensive power was not even comparable to the defense profundity or the crystal wall profundity, which were the 2 defensive profundities from the law of earth. At most, it was similar to the defense provided by the rock-style profundity. Even so, Hung Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed in just a blink of an eye. He was the only one who knew. Earlier, when the first layer of defense he had prepared was destroyed, the law of Earth's recovery profundity did not even have the time to activate its recovery ability. Buzz! After destroying the first layer of defense Hung Feng had prepared, the gray saber ray shot toward Hung Feng. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden flames on the saber ray had dimmed. The golden flames on the gray sword light were obviously dimmer than before. The first layer of defense that Hung Feng had set up had consumed a certain amount of its energy. In just a blink of an eye, the gray saber ray sliced through the air and landed on Hung Feng's body. It collided with the 2 primary defensive profundities from the law of earth. Whoosh! 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 After a brief moment of stalemate, the gray saber ray destroyed the talismans on the crystal wall profundity's body. With that, the defense profundity was destroyed. However, the golden flames on the gray saber ray dimmed even more. It seemed like it would be extinguished at any moment. Not good. Upon seeing this, Hung Feng's expression changed drastically, because he discovered, up until now, Duan Lingtian's dimensional slash hadn't been truly consumed. What had been consumed was only the layer of golden flames on the surface of the dimensional slash. Furthermore, even after breaching his first layer of defense and his defense profound, the golden flames still did not completely disappear. Oh my God! What kind of power was this? This level of power was no weaker than the combined might of 2 main offensive profundities of any law. In fact, it was even better. After defeating the defense profound meaning, the gray blade light continued to attack the crystal wall profound meaning. This time, when a few cracks appeared on Hung Feng's crystal wall, the golden flames on the surface of the gray sword light completely dissipated. At this moment, the energy that the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal had given Duan Lingtian was completely depleted. However, the power of the dimensional slash was still the same as before. Pa, 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 pa. What happened last month repeated itself. The crystal wall profundity on the surface of Hung Feng's crystal wall profundity was destroyed as well. The cross-dimensional slash profundity left a shallow cut on Hung Feng's body before Duan Ling Tian used the transportation profundity to teleport him behind Hung Feng. Upon seeing this, Wan Qingqing's eyes widened. This level of attack. Even those 6 people might not be able to do it, right? If I join forces with him, even if we encounter those 6 people. Chapter 30, 149. After the defense profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and the rock-style profundity were destroyed, Hung Feng tried to use the recovery profundity to repair them. However, the speed at which they were being repaired could not keep up with the speed at which they were being destroyed. For this reason, Hung Feng could only watch helplessly as the same thing that had happened to him the previous month happened to him again. How similar was history! If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian showing mercy, he would already be dead. Thank you. Unlike the previous time when he was caught off guard, this time, Hung Feng's defenses were breached even though he was fully prepared. For this reason, he could not help but thank Duan Ling Tian for sparing his life. Without waiting for Duan Ling Tian's reply, Hung Feng took out his accumulative point jade and took it out. As he crushed his accumulative point jade, he looked at Wan Qingqing, who was hovering in the air, and said, "Junior sister Qingqing, I owe you a favor. However, before I leave, I hope you can join forces with Duan Ling Tian. You've seen how strong Duan Ling Tian is. With your speed, you might be able to eliminate those 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." As soon as Hung Feng finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply. With this, the points in Hung Feng's accumulative point jade were transferred to Duan Ling Tian's accumulative point jade. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the number of points in his accumulative point jade. 33 points. Currently, he had a total of 34 points in his accumulative point jade. It seems like you and Hung Feng have made some gains while I was in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked at Wan Qingqing meaningfully. "What do you think? Do you want to join forces with me?" As soon as Hung Feng crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, meanwhile, those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could clearly see that Hung Feng's name had been removed from the top of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng's name had disappeared from the 25th place and was replaced by a new name, Duan Ling Tian. The people from the other celestial mansions narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Ling Tian's name. Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion either didn't make it to the rankings, or he eliminated the Martial Battle Mansion's Hung Feng and entered the top 30. As far as I know, Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion was also eliminated by Duan Ling Tian last month. Why is Hung Feng so unlucky to encounter Duan Ling Tian again? When Hung Feng entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month, he only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. This time he had 33 points, but he was still eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. So many points have gone to Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid that Hung Feng might even want to commit suicide now. Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion is really unlucky. When the major celestial mansions discovered that Duan Ling Tian had replaced Hung Feng on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the people in the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting formations. Duan Ling Tian only entered the middle realm a few hours ago, right? He's already in the top 30. Isn't this too surreal? Don't tell me Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion hired someone to cheat? Cheat? That's impossible. Hung Feng only had 1 point before he was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. Is that considered cheating as well? After Hung Feng was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, it was revealed that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Since Hung Feng was eliminated again, It's clear that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Hung Feng must have found someone to help him this time. I wonder if Duan Lingtian has eliminated his helper? If his helper is Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to eliminate her. When Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, heard about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, his eyes lit up. Good job. I thought he would fall behind since he entered the middle realm so late. I didn't expect him to gain so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm. Entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 6 days after it opened was a huge disadvantage. If one was unlucky, it would be difficult for one to enter the top 10 no matter how strong one was. However, now that Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian had gained so many points as soon as he entered the middle realm, he was relieved. Based on the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Qi Tianming thought to himself, in the Martial Battle Mansion. As soon as Hung Feng appeared, he attracted the attention of the Martial Battle Mansion's elders and disciples who were waiting at the transporting formation. They quickly shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they saw the name that replaced Hung Feng on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian again. Hung Feng, didn't you join forces with Wan Qingqing this time? Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion eliminated him? Where's Wan Qingqing? Why didn't she come out with him? Think about it. Do you think ordinary people can match Wan Qingqing's speed? Even if Duan Lingtian is strong enough to eliminate Hung Feng, I doubt he's as fast as Wan Qingqing. You're right. When news of Hung Feng being eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Martial Battle Mansion. Hung Feng could only smile wryly. No matter how bitter the situation was, he had no choice but to swallow it. After all, he had no one to blame but himself for being inferior. In the Hanqing Mansion, when news of Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and entering the top 30 spread, Lu Ji had also heard about it. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm? Not to mention, he was so lucky to encounter Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Hall as soon as he entered, and he managed to eliminate him and obtain 33 points. 34 points. Humph. It's time for me to enter as well. During this month, Lu Ji was in no hurry to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was waiting for Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion to enter the middle realm. Last month, due to his carelessness, he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. He was determined to avenge his humiliation this month. Lu Ji knew very well that Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, even if Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he might not be able to encounter Duan Lingtian after he entered the middle realm. However, since he knew Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm before Duan Lingtian, he did not have to worry about Duan Lingtian entering the middle realm this month. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing did not agree to Duan Lingtian's invitation. Instead, she asked, "How do we split the points?" Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's question, Duan Lingtian fell silent for a moment before he replied, "I won't take advantage of you. I won't take advantage of you. If we meet an opponent that either of us can eliminate, we'll take turns to earn points. If the previous person's points go to me, the next person's points go to you, the next person's points go to me, and so on. If we encounter opponents that you can't eliminate and I can eliminate, for example, Hung Feng, I'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that I can't eliminate and you can eliminate, you'll get the points. On the other hand, if we encounter opponents that we can only eliminate together, we'll take turns to obtain the points. What do you think?" All right. Initially, Wan Qingqing thought Duan Lingtian would take advantage of her. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to propose such a fair method. She could feel Duan Lingtian's sincerity, so she readily agreed to his suggestion. Although she agreed to Duan Lingtian's suggestion, it did not mean she treated Duan Lingtian as one of her own. Since she and Hung Feng were both disciples of the martial battle mansion, it did not matter if they killed each other, they would not obtain the other's points. For this reason, there was no need for them to be wary of each other. However, she was different from Duan Lingtian. She was a disciple of the martial battle mansion, while Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the profound nether mansion. Regardless of whether she killed Duan Lingtian or Duan Lingtian killed her, they would obtain the other's points. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for her to be cautious. Of course, in the process of cooperation, if you covet the points in my hands and launch a sneak attack on me, at that time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. Humph! I, Wan Qingqing, won't go back on my word. On the other hand, if you launch a sneak attack on me, even if I can't kill you, I can still run away. Once I leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I'll spread the news that you went back on your word. Wan Qingqing scoffed. At that time, apart from those from the profound nether mansion, nobody in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would dare to join forces with you. You won't have such an opportunity, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? What, do you think I'll kill you so you won't have a chance to smear my name? Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Wan Qingqing intently. It was as though he could see through her thoughts. Don't worry, I won't attack you, so you won't have a chance to smear my name. Wan Qingqing sighed in relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Otherwise, she would have to reconsider if she was willing to take the risk. Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Working with Duan Lingtian would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Moreover, she did not think Duan Lingtian was a person who would go back on his word. Moreover, Hung Feng also thought Duan Lingtian was reliable. Otherwise, she would not have taken the risk to work with Duan Lingtian. Are you really an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion? Although Wan Qingqing followed Duan Lingtian, she maintained a safe distance from Duan Lingtian so she could flee if necessary. Of course. Duan Lingtian touched the identity token on his waist and said mockingly, Why are you standing so far away from me? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Chapter 3150. After saying so much, I still haven't asked you. How many points do you have now? When I came in, I didn't see your name on the leaderboard. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 1. Wan Qingqing didn't hide anything and spoke bluntly. 1. Duan Lingtian was stunned. So you're saying that from the moment we entered until now, the points of all the people that you and Hung Feng eliminated are all with Hung Feng. How did you distribute it? Duan Lingtian was somewhat convinced. He had no choice but to be convinced. Hung Feng, in addition to his own points, had also obtained 32 points, making a total of 33 points. As for Wan Qingqing, she only had 1 point. This also meant that up until now, Hung Feng and Wan Qingqing had all the points of those who had been eliminated by Hung Feng. He said that as long as he reached 100 points, he would give the rest to me. Wan Qingqing said, back then, when Hung Feng told her this, she felt that she had taken advantage of him. This was because once he and Hung Feng joined forces, as long as they did not encounter those 6 people, no one would be able to eliminate them. As long as their luck was not too bad, it would not be difficult for them to obtain more than 300 or 400 points. Moreover, it might be more than that. However, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Hung Feng was eliminated before he could accumulate 100 points. So she didn't even get a single point with Hung Feng's help. This made her feel a little suffocated. If I'm not wrong, at that time when he said those words, you were probably secretly delighted, thinking that you had taken advantage of him, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Wan Qingqing and guessed. Yes. Wan Qingqing smiled bitterly. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not speak for half an hour. Half an hour later, Duan Lingtian recalled something. He looked at Wan Qingqing and said, "As far as I know, there's a person in the martial battle mansion who's quite strong. Last month, I saw him ranked in the top 5. Are you talking about King Tai?" Wan Qingqing replied, "That's right, it's him." Duan Lingtian nodded. The person he was referring to was King Tai, also a disciple of the martial battle house. King Tai is an inner court disciple of our martial battle mansion. His strength is unfathomable. He has been in the top 6 for the past 10 years, and he has never left the top 6. Wan Qingqing said, "Before I entered the Middle Realm, I heard someone say the top 6 in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm hasn't changed for a few years." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. "It seems that besides King Tai, the other 5 are also quite strong. I don't know exactly how strong they are, but I do know that I'm no match for them. I met all 6 of them in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Wan Qingqing shook her head. "King Tai is a disciple of your martial battle mansion. It's impossible for him to make a move on you." "How strong are the other 5? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "The other 5 people are much stronger than me. Most importantly, their speed is not inferior to mine. When I encounter them, I can only crush my accumulative point jade and leave." Wan Qingqing sighed. Based on the fact that the other 6 people had been in the top 6 for so many years, one could only imagine how strong they were. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect King Tai to be so fast. He did not expect the other 6 people's speed to be on par with Wan Qingqing. This meant King Tai was not an easy opponent. Even if he could defeat any one of the 6 in a head-on confrontation, he could only watch as the other party fled if they wanted to. His speed was his shortcoming. After all, he could only rely on the law of space's teleportation profundity to increase his speed. Although the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth could help him in a fight, they could only strengthen his offense. They could not increase his speed. Unless I comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity, my speed is far inferior to theirs. Although the transportation profundity was only one of the profundities in the law of space, if one could fully comprehend it, it would complement the teleportation profundity. When the 2 profundities were combined, his speed would not be inferior to the speed of 3 profundities from the law of wind combined. This was one of the reasons the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was so heaven-defying. 2 profundities from the law of wind were comparable to 3 profundities from the law of wind. However, with Wan Qingqing's help, things will be different. Even if we encounter the other 6 people, I'll be able to deal with them. Wan Qingqing has comprehended the law of wood, and the law of wood is more supportive. It won't be difficult for her to keep them busy and give me a chance to deal with them. The reason Duan Lingtian had asked Wan Qingqing to join forces with him was due to her speed and her comprehension of the law of wood. If Wan Qingqing had comprehended the laws of wind, he definitely wouldn't be as interested in her as he was now. Even if Wan Qingqing was fast, she would not be able to deal with them. The law of wind was good at speed, but it was not good at keeping their opponents busy. As long as their opponents found an opening, they would be able to escape. If we encounter them again, I'll help you get back at them. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits, and when he opened them again, a bright light flashed within. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up immediately. She could still remember the battle between the 2 of them. Back then, when she faced those 5 people, although she rarely fought, she was still in a very sorry state. 2 of them had even teased her. However, since she was not as strong as them, there was nothing she could do about it. "Wan Qingqing, why don't we make a deal?" A thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind as he asked, "Can you bring me to the Martial Battle Mansion's base?" Last month, he had obtained quite a number of points outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Apart from the profound Nether Mansion's base, the Martial Battle Mansion's base had moved as well. For this reason, he did not know where the Martial Battle Mansion's base was located. However, with Wan Qingqing leading the way, it would not be difficult for him to find the Martial Battle Mansion's base. For example, he could return to the profound Nether Mansion's base whenever he wanted, since he knew where the profound Nether Mansion's base was. He could stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 10 days. If he wanted to leave earlier, he would have to use the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's base. As for the remaining time, he could wait for a few days before he was forced to leave the middle realm. You want to go to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing's expression changed slightly before she shook her head decisively. Impossible. I won't take you there. If I do, I'll be considered a traitor. I'd rather die than betray the Martial Battle Mansion. Wan Qingqing was originally a gale grass that had transformed into a human. She had relied on the Martial Battle Mansion's help to achieve what she had today. As a mutant who had transformed into a human, her thoughts were purer than a human's. She knew how to repay a favor. Last month, she had heard about Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the Martial Battle Mansion's base. At that time, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than a dozen people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was a great humiliation to the Martial Battle Mansion. Many people in the Martial Battle Mansion were clamoring to take revenge on Duan Lingtian to vent their anger and resentment. Wan Qingqing was clear in her heart. Unless King Tai was in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp. Otherwise, no matter who it was, if they encountered Duan Lingtian after leaving the Martial Battle Mansion's base, they would be eliminated. It's fine if you don't want to. Noticing Wan Qingqing's emotional fluctuations, Duan Lingtian did not force her. However, it was a pity that he had lost an opportunity to easily obtain points. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was what Wan Qingqing said next. Although I can't tell you where the Martial Battle Mansion's camp is, Hung Fong and I have passed by the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp in the past 2 days. Wan Qingqing said. Fire Glaze Manor's camp? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. He didn't expect Wan Qingqing to know the location of other Grade 6 immortal mansions. In the Martial Battle Mansion's camp, Wan Qingqing didn't want to betray the Martial Battle Mansion. After all, she had nothing to worry about in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp, right? If you want to go, I can bring you there. However, I have to make it clear that I won't help you if you attack the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp. Wan Qingqing said. Guarding the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp was a great provocation to the Grade 6 Immortal Mansion. She was unwilling to offend a Grade 6 Immortal Mansion for the sake of some points. That's not a problem. Duan Lingtian said without hesitation, I'll guard the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp myself. As for you, you can just hide at the side. Bring me there now. Duan Lingtian looked at Wan Qingqing eagerly. Although most of the people who came out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp had 1 point, there were still many of them. Normally, there would be at least 10,000 people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every month. On average, there would be a few hundred people entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of them would enter the middle realm in the first half of the month. In the past few days, there would be at least 20 people leaving the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm every day. Apart from that, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to use communication celestial talismans. However, that did not mean those in the middle realm could not receive communication celestial talismans from the outside world. As long as I block the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, they'll spread the news to the other 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure they'll inform the other 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those 10 directions celestial dukes will definitely come for me. At that time, I'll be able to obtain a lot of points. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could see a huge pile of points waving at him. What? You plan to guard the Fireglaze Mansion's camp openly? Wan Qingqing's eyes widened in shock when she heard Duan Lingtian's plan. Her usually aloof demeanor was replaced by a playful expression. She felt this outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion was crazy. Chapter 3151. At this moment, Wan Qingqing was starting to regret her decision. She regretted telling Duan Lingtian that she knew the location of the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Previously, she had thought Duan Lingtian was planning to sneak into the Fireglaze Mansion's base and eliminate some of their disciples before leaving. However, it seemed like Duan Lingtian was planning to make a big fuss out of it. If this had happened before she joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she would have just watched from the sidelines no matter what Duan Lingtian did. Even if Duan Lingtian was eliminated by the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples, she would still be able to watch from the sidelines. However, she could not do that now. She had already established a partnership with Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was eliminated, her ranking this month would definitely be lower than last month's. She had missed too many opportunities this month. Currently, she only had 1 point left in her accumulative point jade. Duan Lingtian, although there's no one from the Fireglaze Mansion among the 6 disciples, there are still disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 10. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as she said, "Apart from that, there are also 2 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion who consistently rank in the top 30. Most importantly, if you provoke the Fireglaze Mansion by standing guard outside their base, they won't fight you one-on-one. Instead, they'll gang up on you." Based on Wan Qingqing's words, it was clear she was trying to dissuade Duan Lingtian from challenging the Fireglaze Mansion. It was too risky for him to do that. Even the 6 disciples who had been in the top 6 for the past few years did not dare to do such a thing. After all, they were afraid of being surrounded. Naturally, they were even more afraid of offending a grade 6 celestial mansion. All right. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. All right. If you're done, bring me there. Our time is limited. I don't want to spend too much time in the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian stared at Wan Qingqing after he finished speaking. He didn't want to spend too much time in the Fireglaze Manor's campsite. Wan Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She thought that Duan Lingtian had given up on provoking the Fireglaze Manor. However, when she brought Duan Lingtian to the Fireglaze Manor's camp, she realized that she had been too naive. Whoosh! Wan Qingqing was hiding in the distance. She could clearly see Duan Lingtian teleporting to the sky above the Fireglaze Manor's camp. Listen up, disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion. You'd better hide in there and not come out. Otherwise, I'll eliminate every single one of you who comes out. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. Imbued with celestial origin energy, his voice was clearly transmitted to the campsite. Not only that, even Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, could hear Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice. Wan Qingqing was stunned. Was this what he meant when he said he did not want to spend too much time in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite? After Duan Lingtian's arrogant voice entered the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite was silent for a long time. Then, a series of angry voices rang in the campsite. "Who are you? How dare you come to our Fireglaze Mansion's campsite? Tell me your name. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death. Who are you? Are you trying to provoke our Fireglaze Mansion?" Angry voices rang in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. At the same time, the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, whether they were chatting or sparring, stopped what they were doing. All of them looked up at the sky above the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. That said, although they were furious and threatened the person who had come, no one took the initiative to soar into the sky and teach that person a lesson. Since they had cultivated to their current stage, they were not reckless people. Since the purple-clad young man dared to come to the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the purple-clad young man was here to seek death. The second possibility was that the purple-clad young man was not afraid of them at all. As for the first possibility, it was very unlikely. If you want to know who I am, you'd better leave the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite first. Cowards! Like you don't have the right to know my name. Duan Lingtian said as he hovered above the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. He was slightly puzzled. He thought he had spoken harshly earlier, but the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were still able to keep their composure. Since Duan Lingtian was standing far away from the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite, he had intentionally used his divine consciousness to cover his identity token with his celestial origin energy. For this reason, although the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity token, they could not find anything. Damn it! Who's this guy? How dare he say we're cowards? If you ask me, why don't we attack him together? Do you think we're afraid of him? If he is really strong, we can crush our accumulative points jade and go out. We can also tell the people outside about this news. That's right. Let's attack him together. When Duan Lingtian provoked them again, the disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite could no longer hold back and flew into the air. Swoosh! 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 There were more than 20 disciples in the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. They charged toward Duan Lingtian in unison. During this process, they had left the Fireglaze Manor's campsite and lost the protection of the formation that enveloped the campsite. Boom! 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 When the 20 or so people arrived near Duan Lingtian in a grandiose manner and launched their attacks at Duan Lingtian in unison, colorful energy bloomed in the air like fireworks and swept toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Just as the attacks were about to land on his body, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot with just a thought. When he reappeared, he was behind the 20 disciples, blocking their path back to the Fireglaze Mansion's campsite. Where's he? Is he dead? Why do I feel like my attacks missed? Me too! Since Duan Lingtian's five-colored energy had shrouded him when he disappeared, none of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples realized he had disappeared. He's behind us. Heavens! When did he go behind us? I didn't see him at all. What kind of speed is that? The Fireglaze Mansion's disciples turned around in a panic. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. At the same time, a few of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples saw the identity token hanging on Duan Lingtian's waist. He's an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's Duan Lingtian. When the other Fireglaze Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian's identity order token, their expressions changed drastically. Gasp! 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 Many of them gasped as their bodies trembled in fear. If Duan Lingtian was really Duan Lingtian, they would not be a match for him at all. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. They had not even heard of Duan Lingtian before last month, let alone meet him. However, last month, Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple had caused a commotion in the Grade 6 celestial mansions. He had single-handedly blocked more than 10 disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion and eliminated all of them. At that time, the Martial Battle Mansion's inner court disciples, Hung Feng and Lu Xiaozhou, were present. Both of them were able to enter the Middle Realm every time they entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although there were more than 20 of them, only a few of them had ever made it into the scoreboard. Moreover, it was only because of good luck. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. This was Duan Lingtian's name. The teleportation profundity. He must have cast the law of space's teleportation profundity earlier. No wonder we didn't see how he appeared behind us. If it's the teleportation profundity, everything makes sense. It seems like the rumors are true. Duan Lingtian has indeed comprehended the law of space. He must be confident of his strength, since he dares to come to the Fireglaze Mansion's base. In my opinion, we should crush our accumulative point jades and leave this place. Duan Lingtian has gone too far. Although the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples hated Duan Lingtian to the core, they could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttering as though he was about to make a move, they quickly crushed their accumulative point jades in unison. In just a blink of an eye, all 20 of them disappeared from Duan Lingtian's side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian discovered his points had increased. The number of points in his accumulative point jade had increased from 34 to 58. 58 points. Before I entered this place, I should have ranked 17th with this number of points, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Wan Qingqing, who was hiding in the distance, saw the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples fleeing from Duan Lingtian. They only attacked once and then they ran away? Although Wan Qingqing was slightly speechless, she knew it was the best choice for the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples to flee. When the group of Fireglaze Mansion's disciples rose into the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian, she did not see any familiar faces. She recognized most of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples who were relatively strong, but she did not see any of them among the group of disciples who had fled earlier. This meant the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples were not weak at all. After all, none of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples were strong. In the Fireglaze Mansion, at this moment, several people appeared at the transporting formations in the southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This attracted the attention of many elders and disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion. All of you were eliminated at the same time. What's going on? Why are all of you out at the same time? The expressions of the disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion who had just been eliminated were extremely unsightly when they heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, an outer core disciple from the profound Nether Mansion, discovered our base and blocked the entrance. He's shouting outside, telling us not to go out. If we dare to go out, he'll eliminate us. Chapter 3152. Duan Lingtian. When the elders and disciples regained their senses, they instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern Heaven Ancient Realm. With just a glance, they saw the name Duan Lingtian was no longer in its original position. It had squeezed into the top 20 and was ranked 19th. Duan Lingtian now had a total of 58 points. 58 points. If I remember correctly, he only had 34 points before. In other words, he obtained 24 points from the disciples of the Fireglaze Mansion. 24 points? How many of us did he eliminate? When the elders and disciples of the Fireglaze Manor saw Duan Lingtian's ranking on the scoreboard, they were all dumbfounded. He eliminated 23 of us. One of us has 2 points. Not bad. The most infuriating thing is that he actually blocked the entrance and shouted, and said that whoever dares to go out will be eliminated. Too arrogant. He's too arrogant. I want to inform Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. If his strength is really as the rumors say, Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, I'm afraid they might not be his match, right? That's right. Since he dared to block the entrance of our campsite, there's no way he didn't consider Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji. Who said they were going to fight him one-on-one? Tell Senior Brother Tan Yuan, Senior Brother Mo Pingji, and the other seniors and juniors in the middle realm of the southern Heaven Ancient Realm to join forces against him. Isn't this a bit too much? Bully? He's already riding on top of our Fireglaze Manor, and you're saying that we're bullying him? In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion, was shouting at the entrance of the fire-glazed mansion's base. When the news spread in the fire-glazed mansion, all the elders and disciples of the fire-glazed mansion were furious. Even the vice-mansion master of the fire-glazed mansion was furious. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many transmissions were sent from the fire-glazed mansion to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Then the elders in the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm would transmit the transmissions to those in the middle realm. While the commotion in the fire-glazed mansion's estate continued, the people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions also noticed the change in Duan Lingtian's ranking. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion has entered the top 20 in just a blink of an eye. 24 points seems to have been obtained directly. Who did he eliminate this time? He's Duan Lingtian's ranking? It's not only that person who didn't get eliminated. Even the other people on the scoreboard didn't get eliminated when he got into the top 20. What's going on? Isn't this too strange? The people from the grade 6 celestial mansions were curious about how Duan Lingtian managed to obtain so many points. It was not the middle of the month yet. Duan Lingtian was considered to be in the middle of the month, so 24 points was still a lot. He was already in the top 50. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion to obtain so many points. Do you remember how Duan Lingtian eliminated more than a dozen people from the martial battle mansion last month? An elder from a grade 6 celestial mansion asked, "Elder, are you saying Duan Lingtian eliminated more than a dozen people from the martial battle mansion? Are you stupid? The martial battle mansion's base changes every month. It's already a coincidence that Duan Lingtian managed to find it last month. Do you think he'll find it again this month? Is the martial battle mansion that unlucky? Does this mean Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion managed to find another grade 6 celestial mansion's base?" The people from the grade 6 celestial mansions discussed among themselves. Soon after, some of the people from the grade 6 celestial mansions received messages from their friends in the fire-glazed mansion. They were stunned when they read the messages. Duan Lingtian blocked the fire-glazed mansion's base and eliminated more than 20 people from the fire-glazed mansion? That Duan Lingtian even said that he would eliminate anyone who dares to leave the fire-glazed mansion's base? How deep is his enmity with the fire-glazed mansion? Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion is a madman. He offended the martial battle mansion last month, and now he's offending the fire-glazed mansion. Just wait and see. The fire-glazed mansion won't let this matter rest. Gradually, news of Duan Lingtian blocking the fire-glazed mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm spread to all the grade 6 celestial mansions. Even the profound nether mansion had received the news. I was wondering how Duan Lingtian managed to obtain so many points. I didn't see anyone on the scoreboard being eliminated. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to block the fire-glazed mansion's base. Is he tired of living? It's good that he did that, but did he not think about how the fire-glazed mansion would let him off the hook? Even if the fire-glazed mansion didn't kill him in the middle realm, the fire-glazed mansion would definitely seek revenge on him. Reckless. He's too reckless. Everyone in the profound nether mansion thought Duan Lingtian was too reckless when they learned about Duan Lingtian's actions. That brat, Qi Tianming, was dumbfounded when he heard the news. It's fine if the martial battle mansion sent themselves to him last month. I don't think the martial battle mansion will hold a grudge against him. However, why did he go to the fire-glazed mansion's base and make a ruckus this time? How is the fire-glazed mansion supposed to face him? Qi Tianming's expression was solemn when he regained his senses. His eyes were filled with worry. Meanwhile, in the profound nether mansion's estate, an uninvited guest appeared in a palace hidden behind an illusory formation. The guest was a tall and well-built, middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. He had a dignified expression on his face. After he entered the palace, he easily made his way to the courtyard at the back of the palace. The courtyard was huge, and half of it was occupied by a lake. At this moment, a thin and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster. The green-robed, middle-aged man stood behind the old man. He stood there quietly for a while until the old man caught a fish and placed it in the basket. Only then did he dare to speak. "Why are you here again?" The old man in patched robes put his fishing rod aside and picked up a wine gourd from his waist. He opened it and drank as he asked impatiently, "Grandmaster, it's about that little fellow." The green-clad, middle-aged man replied in a slightly nervous manner. Although Duan Ling Tian was the true master of the profound nether mansion, he was still like a child in front of the old man who had brought him up. He did not dare to act recklessly. The old man's dignified aura had left a deep impression on him. "Oh!" The old man turned to look at the green-clad, middle-aged man. "What's wrong with him? He entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for a day, but he's ranked 19th. Moreover, he's standing in front of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and announced that he'll eliminate anyone who dares to come out of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base." The green-clad, middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Grandmaster, do you really want him to become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion? He's a troublemaker. He's already so troublesome even before becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Once he becomes the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, he'll probably cause a ruckus. Moreover, I've looked into it. The reason he's able to achieve so much at such a young age is because he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. A few years ago, when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, he was only a peak overarching, heavenly supreme, celestial. Moreover, he didn't comprehend the law of space. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit must have given him the law of space when it granted him his cultivation base as a 10 directions celestial duke. At this moment, the old man interrupted the green-clad, middle-aged man. "What are you trying to say?" "Grandmaster, I'm afraid he's not as outstanding as you think he is." The green-clad, middle-aged man sighed. "Are you afraid he's too arrogant and won't restrain himself after becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion and harm me?" The old man's eyes, which were originally cloudy, suddenly lit up with a bright light. He was in high spirits. At this moment, it was as though he could see through the green-clad, middle-aged man's thoughts. "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded. "Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre." The old man shifted his gaze away from the green-clad, middle-aged man and continued to fish as he said indifferently, "I think I like him. As for whether he'll become the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, we'll have to see if he passes the test I've set for him." After the old man finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man could only smile wryly and leave. He no longer dared to disturb the old man. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, "Duan Ling Tian, why aren't you leaving? I'm sure the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here." Duan Ling Tian continued to say, "I'm sure the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples are already on their way here." Wan Qingqing grew anxious when she saw Duan Ling Tian had no intention of leaving after eliminating more than 20 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian replied calmly, "There's no hurry. I'll wait for another day. If the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples don't show up, I'll leave. Don't worry, I'll give you more points to make up for the 2 days you've been waiting for." Duan Ling Tian comforted Wan Qingqing. "You'll have to be able to leave this place alive." Wan Qingqing said angrily. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian ignored Wan Qingqing and sat cross-legged in the air above the fire-glazed mansion's base with his eyes closed. You. Wan Qingqing was infuriated when she saw Duan Ling Tian's reaction. Chapter 3153. The Transportation Profundity. As Duan Lingtian rested his eyes, he continued to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Currently, he had only comprehended half of the transportation profundity from the law of space. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would increase by more than twofold. Once he fully comprehended the transportation profundity, his speed would not be slower than Wan Qingqing. In the future, he would no longer need to team up with 10 Directions celestial dukes who were as fast as Wan Qingqing. Naturally, while he was comprehending the transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian constantly extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. Soon after Wan Qingqing left, he discovered a group of people in the surroundings. Several divine consciousnesses swept out from the fire-glazed mansion's base and shrouded him. After a while, more and more divine consciousnesses appeared and shrouded him. There are quite a lot of people here. Due to the increasing number of divine consciousnesses, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and studied the fire-glazed mansion's base. The fire-glazed mansion's base was packed with people. So many people. Well, it's only natural. Those below the Celestial King stage can enter the base. They won't be in danger if they don't leave the fire-glazed mansion's base. Duan Lingtian was certain these 10 Directions celestial dukes were not 10 Directions celestial dukes. Most of them were not 10 Directions celestial dukes. They were only here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. When news of Duan Lingtian ambushing people outside the fire-glazed mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm spread, the people from the fire-glazed mansion were furious. Many of them even went to the fire-glazed mansion's base to obtain accumulative point jades. Many of them were outer court disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. Many people wanted to enter the base as well. However, the elders on duty did not dare to let more people in. After all, there were already too many people in the middle realm of the fire-glazed mansion's base. If there were too many people in the fire-glazed mansion's base, many of them would be pushed out of the base. If they were pushed out of the fire-glazed mansion's base, would it not give Duan Lingtian a chance to obtain more points? Even if each person only had 1 point, as long as many people went out, Duan Lingtian could still get a lot of points. To prevent such a thing from happening, the elder on duty at the transporting formation in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had decided not to allow anyone who was not a 10 Directions celestial duke to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He's Duan Lingtian? Many of the fire-glazed mansion's disciples turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Wow, he's so handsome, and he's not even 100 years old. He wasn't even 100 years old, yet he was already so powerful. What did he eat to grow up? If only I could marry him. Among the disciples of the fire-glazed mansion, there were many female disciples. Many of them were looking at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a strong helper? Not only is he young, but he's also so strong. Humph! I heard Senior Brother Tanyuan, Senior Brother Mo Pingji, and the other senior brothers and senior sisters in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm have already received a message. If Duan Lingtian doesn't leave, they'll return soon and join forces to eliminate him. Isn't it too easy for him if he's eliminated? Even so, we have no choice. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is so strong at such a young age. Even in the 15 strongest forces in the Southern Heaven Territory, the 10 major clans, and the 5 major sects, there might not be someone like him. There's no doubt he has an extraordinary background. That's right. Although I don't know where the profound Nether Mansion found such a strong helper, the fire-glazed mansion won't dare to kill him unless we're certain he doesn't have an extraordinary background. At the very least, we won't kill him openly. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 Directions celestial duke. How can someone like him not have an extraordinary background? If he really doesn't have an extraordinary background, how terrifying would his fortuitous encounters be? The disciples from the fire-glazed mansion discussed among themselves. Although the high-ranking officials of the fire-glazed mansion had ordered them to join forces to kill Duan Lingtian, they did not think it was necessary. After all, if Duan Lingtian's background was extraordinary, the fire-glazed mansion would be in trouble if Duan Lingtian was killed. No matter how much the high-ranking officials of the fire-glazed mansion hated Duan Lingtian, they did not dare to kill him openly before they were certain of his background. It's a pity he's in the base. Our attacks won't be able to bypass the formation protecting the base. Otherwise, he won't be able to retaliate if we attack him from inside the base. One of the disciples from the fire-glazed mansion sighed. While the formation protected the base, it also separated the base from the outside. Attacks from inside the base would not trigger the formation, but they would not be able to bypass the formation. You're really daring. Let's wait for Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Ping Ji to return and watch them eliminate this brat. Another disciple from the fire-glazed mansion said. Just like that, Duan Lingtian hovered above the fire-glazed manor's campsite, surrounded by a group of fire-glazed manor's disciples. There were more than 1,000 fire-glazed mansion's disciples in the campsite, but none of them dared to leave the campsite to attack Duan Lingtian. Even some 10 Directions celestial dukes, who were hiding among the 10 Directions celestial dukes, did not dare to show themselves. They were waiting. When Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji arrived with the others to deal with Duan Lingtian, they would join the battle against Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, moreover, Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji were among the top 10 Directions celestial dukes. It would not be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Lingtian. In fact, if Duan Lingtian saw so many people attacking him, he might even crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. About half a day later, at this moment, many people had gathered 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's campsite. These people had come from different directions. When they were 10 kilometers away from the fire-glazed mansion's campsite, they began to circle around the fire-glazed mansion's campsite. Senior Mo Ping Ji. When the three of them appeared in front of the other two, the three of them respectfully saluted the young man among the two. The young man was dressed in a loose blue robe. He had a slim figure, but there was a valiant air about him. He was none other than Mo Ping Ji, the second strongest 10 Directions celestial duke in the fire-glazed mansion. Among the 10 Directions celestial dukes in the fire-glazed mansion, his strength was second only to Tan Yuan. Over the past year, he had been ranked in the top 20 for 10 months in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. His best result was that he was ranked 11th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Due to his strength, kindness, and righteousness, he was very popular among the 10 Directions celestial dukes in the fire-glazed mansion. In fact, the 10 Directions celestial dukes in the fire-glazed mansion respected him more than Tan Yuan. Although the 10 Directions celestial dukes in the fire-glazed mansion respected Tan Yuan, it was only because of his strength. In other words, if Tan Yuan no longer had his current strength one day, there would definitely not be many people who would still care about him. However, Mo Ping Ji was different. Even if he lost his current strength, most 10 Directions celestial dukes would still respect him. Yes. Mo Ping Ji nodded in response to the greetings from the three men. Currently, the smile on his face was replaced by a gloomy expression. He had rushed back after receiving a message from the 2 vice mansion masters of the fire-glazed mansion. He did not expect that the fire-glazed mansion would be attacked. He did not expect the fire-glazed mansion's campsite to be blocked. Moreover, the person blocking the fire-glazed mansion's campsite was Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Senior Mo Ping Ji. How many people should we gather? One of the three men asked. Let's meet up with senior brother Tan Yuan first before we think about the past. Our opponent this time is not ordinary. Mo Ping, Ji said solemnly. Although he had never met the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple before, he was certain the rumors about the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple were not baseless. Moreover, he was a cautious person. He wouldn't do anything that was too risky or that he wasn't confident in. Senior Mo Ping Ji, my master has sent me a message saying we can't kill Duan Lingtian. Both of them have received the same order as well. How are we supposed to vent our anger? That Duan Lingtian is riding on top of our Fireglaze mansion. Another one of the three said angrily. I've also received a similar message from Vice Mansion Master Shao. In fact, they're very thoughtful. Who knows if Duan Lingtian has a powerful background? If he doesn't, we can just kill him. However, if we kill him, do you think the people behind him will let us go? That's right. Although Mo Ping Ji's eyes flashed with killing intent, he did his best to lower his voice as he said, I'm sure all of you understand. That's one thing, but I can't bring myself to do this. The last of the three said with a wry smile, before the Fireglaze mansion gets to the bottom of his background, we can't do anything to him in broad daylight. Therefore, we have no choice but to swallow this insult. Mo Ping Ji continued to say, now, let's meet up with the others. Mo Ping Ji's two-man team was now a five-man team. They continued to circle the area 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze mansion's base to look for the others. This time, when the high-ranking officials of the Fireglaze mansion contacted the Fireglaze mansion's disciples who were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they were told to gather at a place 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze mansion's base. They were to gather everyone in the vicinity before they made a move on Duan Lingtian. They were to wait for Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji to arrive. They were not to make a move until they arrived. Mo Ping Ji and the others seemed to be circling the Fireglaze mansion's base. Mo Ping Ji and the other Fireglaze mansion's disciples did not notice a figure hiding in the dark watching them. Chapter 3154. They're keeping a certain distance from the Fireglaze mansion's base. This place is about 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze mansion's base. Wan Qingqing was none other than the martial battle mansion's Wan Qingqing. Not long after Wan Qingqing left the Fireglaze mansion's base, she encountered two disciples from the Fireglaze mansion. Although she was capable of eliminating the two disciples from the Fireglaze mansion, she did not make a move. After all, she did not want to eliminate the disciples from the Fireglaze mansion at this moment. It was only a matter of time before the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian was exposed. However, she did not want others to know that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian before the Fireglaze mansion's base was exposed. She was worried the Fireglaze mansion would vent their anger on her. However, even if she did not eliminate the two disciples from the Fireglaze mansion, she did not continue to leave. Instead, she turned around and returned to the Fireglaze mansion's base. It did not take long before she discovered Mo Ping Ji, who is widely acknowledged as the second strongest 10 Directions Celestial Duke in the Fireglaze mansion. She had been following Mo Ping Ji for some time now. She had seen him meeting up with one of the disciples from the Fireglaze mansion before he met up with 3 other disciples from the Fireglaze mansion. It seems like the Fireglaze mansion is planning to gather their disciples from the Fireglaze mansion who are currently in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm 10 kilometers away from the Fireglaze mansion's base to deal with Duan Lingtian. A hint of worry could be seen in Wan Qingqing's eyes when she thought of this. She gritted her teeth and returned to the Fireglaze mansion's base. When Wan Qingqing arrived near the Fireglaze mansion's base, she was shocked by the number of disciples from the Fireglaze mansion. There are so many disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. There were more than 1,000 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion in the base. Normally, the Fire Glaze Mansion would only send 300 disciples to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm each month. He's quite calm. Wan Qingqing was speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian sitting cross-legged in the air above the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian doesn't have the slightest sense of danger? Duan Lingtian. If it were not for the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian, she would not have reminded Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who entered the Middle Realm earlier are gathering 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. If I'm not mistaken, they should be around 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. Once they have gathered enough people, they will come to deal with you. Wan Qingqing reminded him in a serious tone. You're suggesting that I go to a place 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp and defeat them one by one. Duan Lingtian guessed what Wan Qingqing meant. This is a good opportunity. Wan Qingqing said, "This is indeed a good opportunity." Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Teleport! Teleport! Before the disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp could react, Duan Lingtian had already teleported out of their sight. Where's Duan Lingtian? He ran away just like that? I was waiting to see him get eliminated. What a coward! Humph! He's definitely not a fool to have achieved so much at such a young age. Now that he saw so many of us here, he must have guessed something. I think so too. He must have guessed we're here to watch the show. The thousands of disciples in the Fire Glaze Mansion's camp were slightly disappointed when they saw Duan Lingtian had left. After a while, some of them left. Gradually, more and more people began to leave. Since the main character had left, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Naturally, a small number of people remained. Most of them were 10 Directions, Celestial Dukes. Even if Duan Lingtian did not show up, they would still enter the Middle Realm. Therefore, they did not leave with the others. Why did they come out? They're all out. At the transporting sites in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were late to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to watch the show were stunned when they saw the people who had entered the Middle Realm leaving the Middle Realm. Did Duan Lingtian get eliminated? He must have been eliminated. Otherwise, why would they leave the Middle Realm before the show is over? It's a pity I came too late. If I came earlier, I would have been able to watch the show as well. Me too. What a pity. The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples sighed and lamented. However, it did not take long before they realized they were overthinking things. That Duan Lingtian left on his own. What a waste of time. If I knew Duan Lingtian was such a coward, I wouldn't have entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I should have come later. If I came later, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who had just exited the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm felt better when they heard the disciples' words. So what if they came early? They still did not get to watch the show. Although they were late, based on the current situation, it was not a big deal at all. Swoosh! 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 The Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples were still complaining when a few figures appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A total of 7 people appeared in the middle of the transporting sites in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Damn it! Wasn't that Duan Lingtian waiting outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base? Why did he suddenly appear there? I didn't even have time to react before he almost killed me. Fortunately, he showed mercy. Otherwise, I would have died. Did he leave early because he was worried we'd join forces? The 7 people who appeared in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were none other than those who had entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They had been wandering around in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm when they received news that they had joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. the outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would suddenly appear. Just as the 7 of them were searching for the others in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a figure suddenly appeared and almost killed one of them. After witnessing the strength of the gambling den and discovering the figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, they instinctively crushed their accumulative point jades and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They knew their own strength very well. They knew that even if the 7 of them joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had already shown mercy to one of them. If they still did not know what was good for them and continued to stubbornly resist, who knew if Duan Lingtian would feel that they were not sensible and kill them? With their lives at stake, they did not dare to linger. They crushed their accumulative point jades and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. All of you encountered Duan Lingtian. How unlucky are all of you? All of you encountered Duan Lingtian as soon as he left? The Fire Glaze Mansion's elders and disciples were speechless when they learned the 7 of them were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They felt the 7 of them were unlucky. At this moment, none of them, including the 7 people who had been eliminated, expected Duan Lingtian to encounter Duan Lingtian. After all, it was not a coincidence that Duan Lingtian had encountered the 7 people. Heavens! Look at Duan Lingtian's points. He already has 70 points. Now he's killed his way to the 16th place on the rankings. He's ranked 16th with 70 points. These 12 points were given to him by the 7 people who were eliminated by the Fire Glaze Mansion. Isn't Duan Lingtian's luck too good? How did he manage to encounter the 7 people from the Fire Glaze Mansion so coincidentally after leaving the base? But why are those 7 people together? It must be one of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion who asked them to meet up somewhere. Meeting up? Did the 7 of them tell Duan Lingtian where they were going to meet up? I don't think so. If they did that, wouldn't they be a burden to the others? If Duan Lingtian decided to eliminate them one by one, I don't think anyone would be able to stop him, right? I think so too. Apart from Senior Brother Tan Yuan, I'm afraid Senior Brother Mo Pingji and the others will be eliminated if he attacks them one by one. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion realized the severity of the matter. However, what the 7 of them said next made them feel much more at ease. Don't worry, we didn't tell him where we were going to meet up. That's right. We know what we're doing. Even if we have to die, we won't betray our seniors and juniors. Based on what you said, Duan Lingtian must have left the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. It must be a coincidence that he encountered the 7 of us. In short, we're unlucky. Duan Lingtian obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th on the scoreboard, and it was directly displayed on the scoreboard. The people from the profound Nether Mansion and the other celestial mansions were shocked when they saw this. Duan Lingtian seems to be guarding the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Did the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion give him points again? Isn't it obvious? I really don't know what the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion are thinking. Don't they know they shouldn't make a move unless they're confident they can eliminate Duan Lingtian? Those who are eliminated aren't on the scoreboard. It seems like the people who gave Duan Lingtian points are just ordinary 10 Directions, Celestial Dukes. When the people from the other celestial mansions saw the changes in the scoreboard, they thought the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion were giving Duan Lingtian points recklessly. Naturally, there were also some well-informed people who had received news from the Fire Glaze Mansion through communication celestial talismans. Chapter 3155. Coincidence. Duan Lingtian's luck is heaven-defying. Not only did he leave the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, but he even encountered 7 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion. What kind of luck does Duan Lingtian have? The people from the other celestial mansions were dumbfounded when they heard the news from the fire-glazed mansion. He felt that Duan Ling Tian's luck was too good. But why are there 7 of them walking together? Don't tell me they're going to join forces to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. 7 of them? Impossible. It's pointless to join forces like that. Even if they manage to obtain a lot of points, they won't have much points left after splitting them among the 7 of them. Indeed, it's pointless. The people from the other celestial mansions were still mulling over this matter when they received news from the fire-glazed mansion. The 7 people who were eliminated by Duan Ling Tian had gathered together through a message sent by someone outside. They had a meeting place. However, they did not tell Duan Ling Tian where they were going to meet, so they would not drag the other fire-glazed mansion's disciples down with them. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to leave in the end. I thought I'd be able to watch a good show. I also thought I'd be able to watch Duan Ling Tian's name disappear from the scoreboard. Although none of the 6 people who rank in the top 6 are from the fire-glazed mansion, Tan Yuan from the fire-glazed mansion is quite strong as well. Coupled with Mo Pingji and the other disciples from the fire-glazed mansion, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian is really smart. It's as though he sensed danger and retreated in time. Humph. I think the fire-glazed mansion must have leaked the news about their plan to eliminate Duan Ling Tian. The high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion must have sent a message to Duan Ling Tian. That must be it. Duan Ling Tian knew he would be eliminated if he stayed there. It's only natural that he wouldn't stay there. The people from the other celestial mansions were still discussing the matter. Swoosh, 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 whoosh, whoosh. In the fire-glazed mansion, a total of 13 people were eliminated from the transporting formations in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Of course, the 13 figures were scattered across several teleportation points. Each teleportation point only had a few people. However, even though there were only a few people, it was enough to cause an uproar. Why did you come out together? They've all been eliminated? The people at the teleportation point were stunned when they saw the people in front of them. It's Duan Ling Tian. Didn't you say that Duan Ling Tian had already left? He even eliminated 7 of our fire-glazed manor's disciples along the way. How did we end up encountering him? Out of the 13 of us, including me, 5 of us almost died at his hands. If he hadn't shown mercy, we would have died long ago. Does he know where we're meeting? Is that why he left the fire-glazed mansion's campsite, so he could defeat us one by one? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered us after eliminating the 7 people in front of him. There's only one possibility. He knew where we were going to meet up with him, so he followed the path and killed all of us fire-glazed manor's disciples along the way. There must be a mole in the fire-glazed mansion. Moreover, the mole must have spread the news to the profound Nether Mansion and Duan Ling Tian. News of 13 people being eliminated by Duan Ling Tian spread like wildfire in the fire-glazed mansion's teleportation points to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, shocking the entire fire-glazed mansion. A mole. Find the mole. The mole is either the person who informed them of the meeting point or the 7 people who were eliminated earlier. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. A mole like this is too terrifying. We must find him. After 20 people from the fire-glazed manor were eliminated, a huge commotion broke out. Many of the fire-glazed manor's elders and disciples were clamoring to find the traitor. Due to this, the high-ranking officials of the fire-glazed mansion, including the mansion master of the fire-glazed mansion, gathered together. We're the only ones who knew about the meeting point before the 7 inner court disciples came out. In a grand hall in the fire-glazed mansion's base, the mansion master of the fire-glazed mansion stood at the head of the hall. He looked at the high-ranking officials of the fire-glazed mansion with a gloomy expression. Based on the current situation, there must be a mole in the fire-glazed mansion. Otherwise, How would Duan Lingtian know about the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples? Lord Mansion Master. One of the Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court elders stepped forward and said solemnly, "There's no doubt that there's a mole, but it might not be us. The 7 inner court disciples who came out earlier might be the mole as well." The other high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion chimed in as well. Lord Mansion Master, Elder Chen is right. We're all seniors in the mansion, so it's unlikely that there's a mole among us. I think it's more likely that there's a mole among the 7 inner court disciples. I agree. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion had a grim expression on their faces. Due to the presence of a mole, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples who were still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm might be killed by Duan Lingtian. The fact that Duan Lingtian did not kill the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples was, without a doubt, the best consolation for them. This was the only bit of consolation they could give themselves now. Lord Mansion Master. Suddenly, an aged figure walked out from outside the main hall. He was none other than one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was unaware of the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he had been sent by the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion to investigate the matter. I've investigated the matter. Before the 13 inner court disciples were eliminated, none of them returned to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility of a mole among us. The words of the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion further confirmed the suspicions of the 7 inner court disciples and the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion. Vice Mansion Master Yuan, bring the 7 inner court disciples here. The Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion ordered. Bring them here, the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Although the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion did not reveal the identities of the 7 inner court disciples, the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion knew who they were. Lord Mansion Master, we must get to the bottom of this. That's right. We must find out who the mole is. We must kill the mole as a warning to the others. The high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion were furious. It was clear they hated the mole who had exposed the meeting point of the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now, we can only hope that the remaining inner court disciples who are still circling the Fire Glaze Mansion's base will leave as soon as they receive our message, an elder of the Fire Glaze Mansion said with a sigh. The high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Mansion, including the Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion, felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. For a time, the hall fell into a dead silence again. Meanwhile, in the profound Nether Mansion, the 3 transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were in an uproar when they learned Duan Lingtian had obtained 70 points and was ranked 16th. Heavens! Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. How long has it been? How did he obtain 23 points? 93 points. He's already reached the 12th place in the rankings. It has only been less than 2 days since he entered the middle realm, right? How did he obtain 93 points and rank 12th in less than 2 days? How did he do it? At the 3 transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion, the elders and disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's heaven-defying performance. Meanwhile, Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, also received the news. That brat is really heaven-defying, Qi Tianming sighed with a wry smile on his face. Since the profound Nether Mansion was shocked by Duan Lingtian again, it was only natural that the other celestial mansions were shocked as well. Apart from that, they also learned that Duan Lingtian's score had increased tremendously. Once again, Duan Lingtian's points had skyrocketed due to him eliminating the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples. 13 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and they gave him 23 points. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was ranked 12th on the scoreboard. The Fireglaze Mansion is doing this on purpose, right? That's ridiculous. 20 disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Moreover, this doesn't include the disciples who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian outside the Fireglaze Mansion's base. The Fireglaze Mansion is deliberately giving away points to Duan Lingtian, right? Is it possible that the Profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion have reached an agreement? Is that why the Fireglaze Mansion is giving away points to Duan Lingtian? That must be it. I wonder if the people from the Fireglaze Mansion took the initiative to bring Duan Lingtian to the Fireglaze Mansion's base after they encountered Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Profound Nether Mansion and the Fireglaze Mansion are too bold to do this. Aren't they afraid the 10 major clans will investigate this matter? As far as I know, the 10 major clans have zero tolerance for this kind of thing. Any grade 6 celestial mansion that dares to do this will be severely punished. After the law of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was revealed, the 10 major clans issued a joint statement. Grade 6 celestial mansions were prohibited from colluding with each other and openly giving points to each other in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the 10 major clans. I think all of you have misunderstood the Fireglaze Mansion. I just received news from the Fireglaze Mansion that there's a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. It did not take long for those who were well informed to receive news from the Fireglaze Mansion. There was a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Chapter 3156. There's a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. So that's how it is. Does this mean the 13 inner court disciples from the Fireglaze Mansion were tricked by their own people? I knew the Fireglaze Mansion wouldn't be so bold as to collude with the Profound Nether Mansion and violate the rules set by the 10 major clans. How could the Fireglaze Mansion and the Profound Nether Mansion disobey the rules set by the 10 major clans? The people from the other celestial mansions were relieved when they learned there was a mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. In fact, some of them even felt pity for the Fireglaze Mansion. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a mole? As a disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion, Wan Qing naturally had a good relationship with her senior and junior sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion. I'm afraid no one knows. There's no mole in the Fireglaze Mansion. Duan Lingtian only found out about the meeting point of the Fireglaze Mansion's disciples because of me. Although Wan Qing knew this, she couldn't tell anyone, not even her close friends in the Martial Battle Mansion. She had to keep a low profile. If news of this spread, the Fireglaze Mansion would not let her off the hook easily. However, until now, Duan Lingtian has only encountered 20 ordinary inner court disciples from the Martial Battle Mansion. He hasn't encountered Mo Pingji yet? Wan Qing frowned slightly when she thought about this. She felt sorry for Duan Lingtian. Before she entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji had already accumulated more than 100 points and was ranked in the top 10. She knew Mo Pingji was ranked in the top 10. Mo Pingji was ranked so high because he had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the first day it opened. Apart from that, Mo Pingji was quite lucky this month. Although Mo Pingji was strong, his speed was not fast enough to outrun Duan Lingtian, since he had comprehended the law of water. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's speed was on par with Mo Pingji's speed. Moreover, his teleportation profundity was even more mysterious. Recalling the way Duan Lingtian had eliminated Hung Feng, Wan Qing shuddered. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was unlikely that any of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could cast such an attack. After all, not all 6 of them had strong attacks. Each of them had their own strengths. Some were good at attacking, some were good at speed, Some are good at support, and some are good at defense, of course. Among the 6 people, the one who specialized in defense would not be weaker than Hung Feng, but his speed was far superior to Hung Feng's and could be compared to her. Wan Qingqing didn't think that Mo Pingji was a match for Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian wants to meet Mo Pingji now. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Now, the Fire Glaze Manor must have sent a message to Mo Pingji and the others to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. Wan Qingqing thought to herself. As a matter of fact, Wan Qingqing was right. Mo Pingji had indeed received a message from the Fire Glaze Manor's high-ranking officials, telling him to stay 10 kilometers away from the Fire Glaze Manor's camp. When Mo Pingji received the message, there were no longer only 4 people by his side. There were also 3 more people. There were 8 people in total. Have all of you received the message? At this moment, it was obvious that Mo Pingji was not the leader of the 8 people. The leader was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. The middle-aged man looked ordinary. However, all 7 of them, including Mo Pingji, were willing to follow him. Senior Tan Yuan, you received the message as well. One of the inner court disciples asked with a ferocious expression on his face. I can't believe there's a mole in the Fire Glaze Manor. If I find out who it is, I won't let him go. What if the mole is an inner court elder? With your strength, why don't you let him go? Another Fire Glaze Manor inner palace disciple sneered. Humph, there's no way it's an inner court elder. It must be one of the 7 people eliminated by Duan Lingtian. They must have leaked the location of our meeting. Mo Pingji scoffed. He was certain the 7 people were the ones who leaked the location of their meeting. Let's not jump to conclusions before we get to the bottom of this. Mo Pingji said in a deep voice. Junior brother Mo is right. We shouldn't jump to conclusions now. Tan Yuan, the strongest 10 directions celestial duke in the Fire Glaze Mansion, said in a timely manner. Senior brother Tan Yuan, should we scatter and leave according to their instructions, or... Mo Pingji's eyes flashed with battle intent as he looked at Tan Yuan. It was obvious he had no intention of following the instructions given by the high-ranking officials of the Fire Glaze Manor. It was obvious he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian. The reason why he dared to make such a bold decision was naturally because he had met up with Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan had met up with him 15 minutes ago. If he was alone, even if it was just to be safe, he would not have thought of waiting for Duan Lingtian to come looking for him. It seems like you want to meet the outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion. Junior brother Mo Tan Yuan smiled. I'm afraid I'm not the only one. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Manor and saw that they were all looking at him and Tan Yuan expectantly. Among the 6 inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, only one of them managed to make it into the top 100 after spending 10 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His best result was that he was ranked 86th on the scoreboard. Apart from him, the other 5 inner court disciples were not as strong as Tan Yuan and the other 2 inner court disciples. Only 2 of them were lucky enough to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There were only 100 names in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Those who managed to rank in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were ranked in the top 100. What? Are you that confident in Junior brother Mo and me? At this time, Tan Yuan also noticed the gazes of the 6 people. He couldn't help but smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Senior brother Tan Yuan, since you and senior brother Mo are both here, I don't think Duan Lingtian will be able to eliminate us. An inner court disciple from the Fire Glaze Mansion said. That's right, senior brother Tan Yuan. We believe in you and senior brother Mo. Another inner court disciple chimed in. Senior brother Tan Yuan, let's wait here for Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't expect you and senior brother Mo to be here. Another inner court disciple from the fire-glazed mansion said with bright eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being eliminated by Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. The other 3 inner court disciples from the fire-glazed mansion had similar thoughts as well. Since everyone is so confident in me and junior brother Mo, I'll look like I'm afraid of Duan Lingtian if I don't stay. All right, I'll stay. Tan Yuan laughed. Then he looked at Mo Pingji and asked, Junior brother Mo, what do you think? Senior brother Tan Yuan, I'll stay with you. It just so happens that I want to meet that outer court disciple from the profound nether mansion who has recently become famous in the other celestial mansions. Mo Pingji smiled. Mo Pingji's smile was brimming with confidence as well. Junior brother Mo, since Duan Lingtian is able to have such a reputation today, it shows that he's definitely not a mediocre person. When he comes, we'll join forces to deal with him. After Mo Pingji agreed, Tan Yuan's expression turned serious as he spoke to Mo Pingji. Senior brother Tan Yuan, don't worry. Although I don't think he's a match for both of us, I'll be careful and do my best. Mo Pingji said solemnly. That's good to hear. Tan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. As the strongest person in the fire-glazed mansion below the Celestial King realm, Tan Yuan was naturally aware that Duan Lingtian was a famous person. A person whose reputation had spread to such an extent was definitely not a simple person. For this reason, he would do his best to deal with Duan Lingtian. Junior brothers, all of you can choose to stay at the side and watch over us. Naturally, all of you can also leave after Duan Lingtian shows up. Mo Pingji looked at the other 6 disciples and said, with senior brother Tan Yuan and me here, he won't have a chance to chase after all of you. As soon as Mo Pingji finished speaking, one of them took the initiative to speak up. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind to watch over you and senior brother Tan Yuan. Moreover, I'd like to see how the legend of the profound nether mansion ends in your hands. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'll stay behind as well. Senior brother Mo Pingji, I'd like to see you eliminate Duan Lingtian as well. In the end, all 6 of them chose to stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Naturally, they knew Duan Lingtian was only here to watch over them. In fact, Mo Pingji was giving them face when he said they could stay behind to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, with their strength, it was impossible for them to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. In fact, even if they joined forces, they were not qualified to watch over Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Not to mention those who were stronger than Tan Yuan. Even those who were stronger than Mo Pingji were not people they could contend against. After the 8 of them came to a unanimous decision, they stopped moving and waited for Duan Lingtian to show up. At the same time, the rest of the Fire-Glazed Manor's inner court disciples who were within 10 kilometers of the Fire-Glazed Manor's campsite quickly left the area after receiving the message from the Fire-Glazed Manor's upper echelons. I've eliminated 2 groups of people in a row. The Fire-Glazed Mansion must have discovered that I know where they're meeting up in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he circled around the area 10 kilometers away from the Fire-Glazed Mansion's base. However, I'm already halfway there. I'll finish circling around the middle realm after another half of the journey. I'll finish the rest of the journey and look for Wan Qingqing. Although Duan Lingtian was certain he would not encounter any more disciples from the Fire-Glazed Mansion, he was determined to complete the rest of the journey. Chapter 3157. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian used the teleportation profundity to locate the 8 figures in the distance. With another teleportation profundity, he appeared near the 8 figures. At the same time, he looked at the identity tokens hanging on their waists. They're all disciples of the Fire-Glazed Mansion. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, the names of 2 of them also entered his eyes at the right time. Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Both of them were among the strongest 10 directions, celestial dukes, in the fire-glazed mansion. They could be said to be the strongest 10 directions, celestial dukes, in the fire-glazed mansion. Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion had told Duan Lingtian about them, including the laws they comprehended. Tan Yuan comprehended the law of metal. Mo Ping Ji comprehended the law of water. Mo Ping Ji's speed was about the same as Duan Lingtian's. As for Tan Yuan, he was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian, but not by much. With the teleportation profundity from the law of space, it was difficult for Tan Yuan to gain an advantage over Duan Lingtian in terms of speed. Naturally, Mo Ping Ji was not as good as Tan Yuan in terms of offense. It's obvious they're waiting for me here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. It was not difficult for him to guess the reason the 8 disciples of the fire-glazed mansion dared to wait for him. The presence of Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji gave them a boost of confidence. He's here. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound nether mansion. When Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared in front of the 8 people from the fire-glazed mansion, they immediately regained their senses. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. With just a glance, they were able to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity through the identity token that hung on his waist. Duan Lingtian, you're here. Tan Yuan stood out and stared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression, and cold lights shot out from his eyes. Naturally, although he could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian, there were still 7 other people present. Due to this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly even if he could kill him. Who knew if this Duan Lingtian had some sort of extraordinary background? After all, even the high-ranking officials of the fire-glazed mansion had repeatedly warned him to show mercy, even if he had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. Before he investigated Duan Lingtian's background, he was not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! When Tan Yuan stepped forward, Mo Ping Ji stepped forward as well. He stood next to Tan Yuan and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're quite capable. In less than a day, you've eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples from the fire-glazed mansion. Currently, the fire-glazed mansion only had about 200 inner court disciples who had entered the middle realm. However, Duan Lingtian had eliminated more than 40 inner court disciples in less than a day. Duan Lingtian had set a new record in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh! 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 While Mo Ping Ji and Tan Yuan stood side by side, facing off against Duan Lingtian, the other 6 fire-glazed mansions' disciples flew out and surrounded Duan Lingtian from afar to provide support for Mo Ping Ji. Naturally, at the same time that they were supporting the 2 of them, they were slightly lacking in confidence. They were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would become enraged and attack them. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. If he really wanted to kill them, Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji might not be able to save them in time. At this moment, they regretted not leaving Duan Lingtian earlier. We're almost at 50 people now. Duan Lingtian grinned when he heard Mo Ping Ji's words. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body through his 99 heavenly veins and formed a spatial territory around him. At this moment, the space around Duan Lingtian began to tremble slightly under the naked eye. It was as though a piece of paper was gently swaying. Mo Ping Ji's expression changed drastically. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was implying that he was confident in defeating the 8 of them. Apart from the 8 of them, Duan Lingtian had indeed eliminated more than 50 inner court disciples in a day. But did this Duan Lingtian think the 8 of them would be so easily eliminated? How arrogant! Do you really think you're a match for senior brother Tan Yuan and senior brother Mo Ping Ji? You're not even 100 years old. You must have had some fortuitous encounter to be so strong. However, since you've encountered Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji, you're destined to be eliminated. You've reached the end of your journey in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If you're smart, crush your accumulative point jade and leave now. If you dare to make a move, Senior Brother Tan Yuan and Senior Brother Mo Pingji will definitely make you suffer. At the same time, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples also understood Duan Ling Tian's words. Their expressions changed drastically as they spoke to boost Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji's morale. Everyone knows how to boast. Let's see if you're strong enough to eliminate us. Tan Yuan sneered as his body shone with a golden light. His entire body seemed to be shrouded by a layer of metal. The law of metal's metal body profundity. Duan Ling Tian's brows twitched when he saw this scene as he discerned the ability Tan Yuan executed. Humph! Mo Pingji coldly snorted. A burst of blue light swayed on his body. Then his entire body was covered with a layer of blue water. It was as if he had turned into a water person. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Tan Yuan turned into a streak of golden light as he shot toward Duan Ling Tian. As his figure flashed, streaks of golden light blades followed him like shadows as they charged toward Duan Ling Tian together with him. Swoosh! 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 The golden light blades shot toward Duan Ling Tian and Mo Pingji, leaving behind dazzling golden afterimages in the air. Swoosh! As Mo Pingji's figure swayed, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as he surged forward. Wave after wave crashed toward Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! Waves splashed as a stream of water appeared in the air before splitting into 2 streams. It was as though they had transformed into 2 water dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Ling Tian. The duo's attacks were swift and violent. In just a blink of an eye, they were already in front of Duan Ling Tian. Swoosh! However, just as the duo's attacks were about to land on Duan Ling Tian disappeared into thin air again. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. Rip! A spatial crack appeared in the void before a gray ray of light shot out from it. It was apparent that Duan Ling Tian had cast the dimensional/profundity after he teleported. Is this the law of space's dimensional/profundity? At the same time, the 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion were attracted by Duan Ling Tian's technique. They were mentally prepared for the teleportation profundity. Although they were shocked, they were still able to accept it. However, this was the first time they had seen someone cast the dimensional/profundity. They were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian casting it. Buzz! 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 Swoosh! Swoosh! Whether it was Tan Yuan or Mo Pingji, both of them quickly turned around after they made sure Duan Ling Tian was no longer in front of them. Of course, Tan Yuan had turned around before Mo Pingji. Whether it was his speed or his reaction speed, he was obviously faster than Mo Pingji. It was precisely this confrontation that allowed Duan Ling Tian to seize the initiative. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Duan Ling Tian summoned the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal. The dimensional/profundity that was boosted by the law of space's profundities was now shrouded in a layer of golden flames. What technique is this? Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji and the other 6 disciples of the Fire Glaze Profundity could not tell what kind of power Duan Ling Tian had imbued the dimensional/profundity with. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The golden flames had nothing to do with the law of space. Naturally, they did not think it was an external technique, since external forces were not allowed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, let alone celestial talismans and pills. Even celestial weapons could not be used. The dimensional slash pierced through the air and locked onto Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji. Even if the 2 tried to avoid it, it still locked onto them. Meet force with force and break his dimensional slash. Tan Yuan transmitted his voice to Mo Pingji. Mo Pingji was already feeling a little depressed because he had been targeted by Dimensional Slash. Now that he heard Tan Yuan's voice transmission, his eyes suddenly brightened. He was waiting for Tan Yuan to say this. Whoosh! Crash! Wong! 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 Mo Pingji and Tan Yuan attacked at the same time. A vast and majestic stream of water and a sky full of golden blade lights swept out, meeting Duan Lingtian's Dimensional Slash. The two of them had originally thought that their combined strength would be more than enough to break through Duan Lingtian's attack. However, after a moment, they all realized that they were too naive. The Dimensional Slash passed through the net formed by the water flow and the golden saber light, annihilating the water flow and the saber net with crushing force. Although the golden flames on the surface of Dimensional Slash had disappeared, its volume had not decreased by much. In other words, the combined strength of the two of them just now did not cause a destructive blow to the Dimensional Slash. Not only did it not cause a destructive blow to the Dimensional Slash, but after the Dimensional Slash destroyed their attack, it still swept toward them rapidly. Whoosh! In the face of the menacing Dimensional Slash, Tan Yuan's whole body burst with golden light, and he turned into a golden light shadow to escape. Puchi! However, the moment Tan Yuan escaped, there was a sound of something being cut open at the place where he had been standing. A bright and dazzling flower of blood bloomed in the void. It was bright and dazzling like a blood-red rose. Puchi! Another slight sound of something being cut open was heard. This time, Mo Pingji was not fast enough and did not escape in time. There was a hideous bloody wound on his chest. However, at the critical moment, the Dimensional Slash disappeared in front of him and mysteriously appeared behind him. It went far away in the void, circled around, and returned to Duan Lingtian's side at lightning speed. It kept spinning around Duan Lingtian's right hand. Thank you for showing me mercy. Mo Pingji thanked Duan Lingtian with lingering fear in his heart. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He knew in his heart. Chapter 3158. The sudden scene stunned the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples, and they were unable to regain their senses for a long time. This was because the scene before them was too shocking. Not only did Duan Lingtian injure their Fire Glaze Mansion's Tan Yuan, but he had also nearly killed Mo Pingji. Based on the current situation, if Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, their senior brother Mo Pingji would have died. The 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples were still in a daze. Watch out! Tan Yuan's thunderous voice resounded in the ears of the 6 Fire Glaze Manor's inner court disciples, deafening their ears. Upon hearing Tan Yuan's words, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples shuddered. In the next moment, they saw a gray saber ray flashing in front of their eyes. Then they felt a chill on their chests. When they lowered their heads, they discovered their robes had been cut open, and there was a bloody wound on their chests. The wound was just right. It did not harm their vital organs. It was clear Duan Lingtian had shown mercy. Swoosh! As soon as the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion's inner court disciples were hit, Duan Lingtian's figure vanished into thin air. Tan Yuan's attack missed as well. Damn it! Tan Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Senior brother Tan Yuan, you should leave. His attack is too terrifying. Although his speed is slightly slower than yours, it's strange. You don't have any advantage over him. Mo Pingji sent a voice transmission to Tan Yuan. Without waiting for Tan Yuan's reply, Mo Pingji took out his accumulative point jade and looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly as he said, Duan Lingtian, it's my fault for underestimating you. I hope you'll be able to survive until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed his accumulative point jade and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan Lingtian did not show mercy, Mo Pingji would have died. For this reason, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with a guilty expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Duan Lingtian, I will remember your kindness in sparing my life. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Duan Lingtian, thank you for sparing my life. After Mo Pingji crushed his accumulative point jade and left, the 6 Fire Glaze Mansion disciples also took out their accumulative point jades with bitter expressions on their faces. After thanking Duan Lingtian, they also automatically crushed their accumulative points jade. Just now, if Duan Lingtian had not shown mercy, they would have all died. While they were grateful to Duan Lingtian for sparing their lives, they were too ashamed to stay any longer. They all crushed their accumulative points jade and left. Profound light and shadow. Mo Pingji's reminder before he left made Tan Yuan calm down instantly. Earlier, when he was injured by Duan Lingtian, he was so angry that he had lost his mind. Mo Pingji's reminder was like a bucket of cold water that had been splashed on him. He quickly cast the law of metal's speed profundity and prepared to leave. At this moment, Tan Yuan was about to cast the law of metal's speed profundity and cast the other profundities from the law of metal to flee. It's too late. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Tan Yuan's figure flashed as he crashed into the void, causing the void to tremble. He was sent flying back. This is the law of space's restraining profundity? Tan Yuan's eyes widened in shock. However, although Tan Yuan's entire body was shot back, he did not have the intention to stop just like that. As his hands opened and closed, he once again launched an attack. This time, he did not target Duan Lingtian. Instead, he targeted the space that imprisoned him. He knew clearly in his heart, although the law of space's restraining profundity could confine space, it could be broken with sufficient strength. At this moment, Tan Yuan was trying to break free from Duan Lingtian's restraint. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, as soon as Tan Yuan made his move, golden flame suddenly appeared in the void around him. This golden flame actually condensed into a clear cube in the void, trapping Tan Yuan inside. The cube was the outline of the space shackle. If Duan Lingtian did not strengthen the space shackle with the help of the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal, he might not be able to trap Tan Yuan. However, with the help of the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal, Tan Yuan was trapped in the space shackle. Of course, under Tan Yuan's tyrannical attack, in the blink of an eye, the spatial imprisonment showed signs of collapsing. However, it would take some time for him to break free from the space shackle. Based on the current situation, he would need at least a few breaths of time. However, a few breaths of time was more than enough for Duan Lingtian. Buzz! Duan Lingtian stood in the distance. With a wave of his hand, the cross-dimensional /profundity shot toward Tan Yuan, who was trapped in the space shackle. The golden flames on the cross-dimensional /profundity burned fiercely as though it could tear anything apart. Crack! Faced with the ferocious cross-dimensional /profundity, Tan Yuan weighed the pros and cons before he finally took out his accumulative points jade and crushed it. As soon as the cross-dimensional /profundity entered the space shackle, Tan Yuan had already left through the transporting formation in his accumulative points jade. Naturally, even if he did not leave, Duan Lingtian did not plan to kill him. He had crossed the line by coming to the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite. If he continued to kill the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion, it would only make things worse. At that time, the Fire Glaze Mansion would hate him even more. Although he had offended the Fire Glaze Mansion by coming to their campsite, he did not kill anyone from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Therefore, the Fire Glaze Mansion would not go overboard if they wanted to deal with him. After all, Duan Lingtian's goal was to obtain more points. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not mind defending the Fire Glaze Mansion. He was willing to take the risk. However, Killing the people from the Fire Glaze Mansion was not his goal. My current points. Tan Yuan muttered to himself. After eliminating Tan Yuan, Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative points jade. His eyes widened when he glanced at it. His eyes instantly became bright and sparkling, like the dazzling stars in the night sky. In the Fire Glaze Mansion, at one of the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Mo Pingji and 6 other inner court disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated one after another. Mo Pingji? Heavens! Senior Mo Ping Ji has been eliminated. Just as the group of Fire Glaze Manor's elders and disciples were shocked by the fact that Mo Pingji and the other 6 had been eliminated, a commotion broke out. Swoosh! A figure appeared at one of the transporting formations in the middle of the transporting formations. As soon as the figure appeared, it caused a commotion in the transporting formations. Tan Yuan? It's Senior Tan Yuan. Heavens! Why is Senior Tan Yuan eliminated as well? What's going on? I just received news that Senior Mo Ping Ji has been eliminated as well. Senior Tan Yuan and Senior Mo Ping Ji are the representatives of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How can both of them be eliminated? Moreover, they were eliminated one after the other. Following Tan Yuan's elimination, the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone, look at the scoreboard. It did not take long before the people in the transporting formations in the Fire Glaze Mansion shifted their attention to the scoreboard. With just a glance, they were attracted by the 3 dazzling words Duan Ling Tian on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name had left the 12th place and was now at the 5th place. Duan Lingtian was a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. With 286 points, he was ranked 5th on the rankings. Gasp! 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 The elders and disciples of the Fire Glaze Mansion gasped when they saw the name Duan Lingtian on the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, had risen to the 5th place. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian had only appeared on the scoreboard for less than 2 days, they could not help but feel that Duan Lingtian was a monster. In the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, is there anyone who has accumulated so many points in less than 2 days? One of the Fire Glaze Mansion's elders asked. I don't think so. Indeed, Duan Lingtian has accumulated 286 points in less than 2 days. This record is enough to be recorded in the history of the Southern Heaven Territory. If I remember correctly, the fastest person to accumulate points in less than 2 days was 190 points, right? It hasn't even been a month since Duan Lingtian appeared before our eyes. However, we've successfully remembered him. At the very least, we won't forget him as long as we don't lose our memories. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a monster? A commotion broke out in the Fire Glaze Mansion when the news spread. Everyone in the Fire Glaze Mansion knew the reason Duan Lingtian was able to rise to the top in such a short time was because he had eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Before Mo Ping Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had already accumulated more than 100 points. On the other hand, Tan Yuan had accumulated almost 100 points after Mo Ping Ji. Coupled with the points of the other 6 disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, Duan Lingtian's points had risen from 93 to 286 points. Why? Why didn't all of you leave? All of you could have left easily, but all of you waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. Are you confident you're stronger than them? Damn it, all of you could have avoided him. It's all because of your arrogance that Duan Lingtian obtained all of your points. It's all your fault that the Fire Glaze Mansion is humiliated. A group of high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion criticized a group of 7 people who were standing in a row in a spacious hall. These 7 people were none other than Mo Ping Ji, and the others who had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. A total of 8 people had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3159. As the representative of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Tan Yuan, who was only slightly over 500 years old, held an extraordinary position in the Fire Glaze Mansion. Apart from that, he knew how important the scoreboard was to the Fire Glaze Mansion. For this reason, he ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion. Naturally, Mo Ping-ji could have ignored the summons of the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion since he was younger than Tan Yuan and was the representative of the Fire Glaze Mansion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Mo Ping-ji decided to attend the summons for the sake of the other 6 people who had been eliminated. This was one of Mo Ping-ji's strengths. The 6 high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion were touched by Mo Ping-ji's words, since they knew Mo Ping-ji did not have to attend the summons. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Elders, this has nothing to do with the 6 of them. I was too careless and underestimated Duan Lingtian. I thought I could eliminate him if I joined forces with Tan Yuan. Mo Ping-ji stepped forward and said. Upon hearing Mo Ping-ji's words, the high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion were rendered speechless. They knew they could not go too far with Mo Ping-ji. If they went too far, Mo Ping-ji might be in a bad mood and refuse to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm again. It would be a loss to the Fire Glaze Mansion. After a while, the Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion stepped forward and said loudly, Actually, Mo Ping-ji can't be blamed for this. After all, he hasn't met Duan Lingtian before today. He doesn't know how strong Duan Lingtian is. Moreover, Tan Yuan is by his side. It's only natural for him to be so confident. In my opinion, it's because the profound Nether Mansion's outer court disciple is too strong. I wonder where the profound Nether Mansion managed to find such a strong helper. The Vice Mansion Master of the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed. The other high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion chimed in as well. Upon seeing this, the 6 high-ranking officials from the Fire Glaze Mansion sighed in relief. At the same time, they were even more grateful to Mo Ping-ji. After all, they knew Mo Ping-ji was not an easy opponent. If it were not for Mo Ping-ji, they would have to bear the responsibility for this matter. Duan Lingtian, an outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion, had 286 points and was ranked 5th on the scoreboard. Most importantly, it had been less than 2 days since Duan Lingtian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Where did the profound Nether Mansion find such a powerful ally? Not only is he unpredictable, but he's also so strong. The Fire Glaze Mansion will be completely destroyed this month. However, that Duan Lingtian is really daring. Isn't he worried that the Fire Glaze Mansion will hold a grudge against him and take revenge on him? Do you think someone like Duan Lingtian doesn't have a powerful background? Before finding out his background, the Fire Glaze Manor would definitely not dare to touch him. Even the Fire Glaze Manor doesn't want anything to happen to him, because once something happens to him, everyone will suspect the Fire Glaze Manor. I wonder where the profound Nether Mansion found such a powerful ally. What does Duan Lingtian want from the profound Nether Mansion? He's actually willing to enter the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as a disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and the profound Nether Mansion's people know about this. The news of Duan Lingtian entering the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm caused an uproar in all the major celestial mansions. At this moment, even those who did not pay much attention to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had heard about Duan Lingtian. The profound Nether Mansion was bustling with activity. It had been a long time since the profound Nether Mansion was able to hold its head high in front of the major celestial mansions. Duan Lingtian's performance had greatly excited the profound Nether Mansion. Good job! He actually entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and ranked 5th in less than 2 days. Amazing! Amazing! Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, laughed heartily when he heard the news. At this moment, as an inspector of the profound nether mansion, he was genuinely happy that someone from the profound nether mansion was able to achieve such a feat in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. There were no benefits to be had. Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Moreover, he defeated Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji from the Fireglaze Mansion, even though they joined forces? His strength is actually so tyrannical. Bihai Ming Feng, the other inspector of the profound nether mansion, was shocked when he heard about Duan Lingtian's performance in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember Duan Lingtian seems to have a good relationship with one of the new disciples the coupling celestial sect recruited at the Scaling Cloud Lake. What's the new disciple's name again? Bihai Ming Feng sent a message to the grade 7 coupling celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the profound nether mansion. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect received the message. Investigate. Among the new disciples we recruited at Scaling Cloud Lake, who came from the same place as Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect ordered immediately. He was a 10 Directions celestial duke who had comprehended many profundities from the law of space before he was even 100 years old. In less than 2 days, Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and ranked 5th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian was destined to have a bright future as long as he did not die prematurely. Now that the coupling celestial sect had a chance to establish a good relationship with Duan Lingtian, it was only natural that they would do something about it. Sect leader. When Huang Jialong was brought to the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, a confused expression appeared on his face. Could it be that Duan Lingtian had gotten himself into trouble? You're Huang Jialong? Huang Jialong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect looking at him in a friendly manner. It seemed like things were not going as he had expected. Are you close to Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked with narrowed eyes. He's my brother. Huang Jialong nodded. Sect leader, you're asking about this. Did something happen to my brother? Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically when he heard Huang Jialong's question. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. Although he had not known Duan Lingtian for long, he had long regarded Duan Lingtian as a close friend due to their similar personalities. How did you get to know him? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect asked. We met in the supporting Fall Nation. Naturally, he's not from the supporting Fall Nation. I'm the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation. Huang Jialong replied. Humph. As soon as Huang Jialong finished speaking, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression changed drastically. He scoffed and said, I'll give you one more chance. Are you sure you're Duan Lingtian's brother? Yes. Huang Jialong was shocked by the sudden change in the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect's expression. It seemed like he was right. Duan Lingtian had indeed gotten himself into trouble. Moreover, it seemed like he had offended the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. You should have Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, right? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect said in a deep voice, hand over his soul pearl. I'll use the soul pearl to contact him and tell him that I have you. If he doesn't come over, I'll kill you. Naturally, I won't kill you. I'm only planning to lure him over. After I kill him, I'll take you as my last disciple. In the future, it won't be impossible for you to become the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was, without a doubt, tempting Huang Jialong to cooperate with him in killing Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, may I know how Duan Lingtian offended you? Huang Jialong's expression changed drastically as he kneeled on the ground. Crack! When Huang Jialong knelt on the ground, a cracking sound came from below him. He stood up and saw a soul bead under his feet. It was a soul bead he had forcibly broken. The soul imprint in the soul pearl had also disappeared. Under normal circumstances, a soul pearl would only shatter after the person who had left the soul imprint on it had died. However, if the soul orb was forcefully destroyed, the soul orb would still be destroyed, and the soul imprint inside it would disappear. Brother Duan, don't be threatened by the coupling celestial sect. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wants me to hand over your soul pearl to threaten you. After sending this message, I'll destroy your soul pearl. If there's a chance in our next life, I'll still be your brother. Before destroying Duan Lingtian's soul pearl, Huang Jialong crushed a communication celestial talisman and sent a message to Duan Lingtian. You destroyed his soul pearl? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of death? Who's not afraid of death? However, I won't betray my brother. Even if I die, I won't betray my brother. Huang Jialong said proudly. At this moment, he no longer feared the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, the sect leader of the celestial sect. What did he have to fear when he was about to die? However, to Huang Jialong's surprise, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect began to clap his hands. Good, good, good. From today onward, you, Huang Jialong, will be my last disciple. Huang Jialong was taken aback by the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. When he regained his senses, he asked, Sect leader, what's going on? In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, who had just met up with Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion, was shocked when he received Huang Jialong's message. What's going on? The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is threatening me to join the coupling celestial sect? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he was also slightly confused. He had no idea what was going on. However, he was certain Huang Jialong was not a fool. He knew Huang Jialong would not make such a joke. In other words, Huang Jialong was indeed in danger. I have an urgent matter to attend to in the profound Nether Mansion's base. Give me your soul pearl and follow me to the profound Nether Mansion's base before returning to the martial battle mansion's base. Return to the martial battle mansion. I'll contact you after I'm done here. At that time, come to the profound Nether Mansion's base to look for me. Chapter 3160. Duan Lingtian had asked Wan Qingqing to follow him to the profound Nether Mansion's base, so she would know the way. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find her again. It was obvious Wan Qingqing would not tell him the location of the martial battle mansion's base. Otherwise, he could look for her the next time he entered the profound Nether Mansion's base. If the martial battle mansion's base is closer to the fire glaze mansion's base than the profound Nether Mansion's base, we can meet here. Duan Lingtian took Wan Qingqing's soul pearl and said, Where's the profound Nether Mansion's base? Wan Qingqing asked. It was not difficult for Wan Qingqing to see that Duan Lingtian had something urgent to attend to and was not trying to get rid of her. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to get rid of her, there was no need for him to come up with such an excuse. Over there. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the profound Nether Mansion's base. Let's meet at the Fireglaze Mansion's base. Wan Qingqing said. The Fireglaze Mansion's base was located between the Martial Battle Mansion's base and the profound Nether Mansion's base. She would have to pass through the Fireglaze Mansion's base to get to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Under such circumstances, it was best for them to meet at the Fireglaze Mansion's base. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he said to Wan Qingqing, "I'll come in after I send you a message. If you can't come in because you have something urgent to attend to, just send me a message." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian passed his soul pearl to Wan Qingqing. Without waiting for Wan Qingqing's reply, he teleported 100 meters away and another 200 meters away. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After about 10 teleportations, Duan Lingtian disappeared from Wan Qingqing's sight. Wan Qingqing turned around and returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's base. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. The distance between the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and the Martial Battle Mansion's base was closer than the distance between the Profound Nether Mansion's base and the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Furthermore, Wan Qingqing was faster than Duan Lingtian, so she was able to reach the Martial Battle Mansion's camp before him. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. As soon as she returned to the Martial Battle Mansion's camp, the disciples greeted her respectfully. Wan Qingqing nodded. Then she stepped onto the stone platform and left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing joined forces with Senior Brother Hungfeng this month, but Senior Brother Hungfeng was eliminated. A disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion side. I just came in. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's name wasn't on the scoreboard before I came in. It seems like Senior Sister Wan Qingqing didn't get many points after Senior Brother Hungfeng was eliminated. Another disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion who had entered the Middle Realm less than 15 minutes ago chimed in. With Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Even though she's been in the Middle Realm for 4 days, she'll only be able to stay in the Middle Realm for 6 days. That's right. Unless Senior Sister Wan Qingqing's luck is really that bad, it shouldn't be difficult for her to make it into the top 30. Why did Senior Sister Wan Qingqing leave the Middle Realm all of a sudden? I don't know. I think she has something to do. While the disciples in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp were discussing among themselves, Wan Qingqing had already left the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and arrived at one of the transporting formations in the Martial Battle Mansion's camp. In the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one would appear in a different place after crushing one's accumulative point jade and returning to the camp. For this reason, nobody thought Wan Qingqing was eliminated when she returned to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, she was standing at the same spot where she had returned to the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 5th place. Wan Qingqing instinctively glanced at the scoreboard and saw Duan Lingtian's name was in 5th place. Duan Lingtian's points had also reached an exaggerated 286 points. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing, you and Senior Brother Hungfeng encountered Duan Lingtian together. Senior Brother Hungfeng was eliminated while you were lucky enough to escape. It must have been dangerous, right? A Martial Battle Mansion's disciple asked curiously when he saw Wan Qingqing. It must have been dangerous. Another Martial Battle Mansion's disciple chimed in. Even Tan Yuan and Mo Pingji from the Fire Glaze Mansion were eliminated by Duan Lingtian. Based on this, one can imagine how strong Duan Lingtian is. Senior Sister Wan Qingqing must have been very lucky to escape from him. That's right. According to the news from the Fire Glaze Mansion, Tan Yuan's speed is on par with Duan Lingtian. However, since he didn't escape in time, he was trapped by Duan Lingtian's restraining profundity and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. You can't say that, although Tan Yuan's speed is not bad, he's still slower than Senior Sister Wan Qingqing. At the very least, Senior Sister Wan Qingqing has never been eliminated by Tan Yuan. Regardless, Senior Sister Wan Qingqing managed to escape from Duan Lingtian while Tan Yuan was eliminated. Based on this alone, Senior Sister Wan Qingqing is stronger than Tan Yuan. The Martial Battle Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. Most of the male disciples were fawning over Wan Qingqing. However, Wan Qingqing did not seem to be listening to them at all. Wan Qingqing stood rooted to the ground. Her cold eyes were filled with astonishment. He eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji from the Fire Glaze Mansion? Earlier, when she met up with Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing had received a message telling her to leave in a hurry. For this reason, she did not have the time to ask about Duan Lingtian's progress. Since it had not been long, her senior sisters and junior sisters in the Martial Battle Mansion did not have the time to inform her about Duan Lingtian's advancement to 5th place on the scoreboard. It has only been 2 days since he entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Wan Qingqing was extremely shocked at this moment. She did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to accumulate so many points in such a short time. I still have 6 days left. Wan Qingqing thought to herself. She could not help but feel excited when she thought about how long she would be able to stay in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. How many points would she be able to accumulate in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with Duan Lingtian? What would her ranking be? Senior Hung Feng. Wan Qingqing suddenly recalled something and immediately sent a message to Hung Feng. You didn't tell anyone that I'll be joining forces with Duan Lingtian after you're eliminated, right? Up until now, only she and Duan Lingtian were aware of the fact that she had joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Even Hung Feng was unaware of this. However, Hung Feng was aware of this fact. He knew there was a possibility that she would join forces with Duan Lingtian. After all, before Hung Feng crushed his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had tried his best to persuade her to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Qingqing, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Hung Feng replied to Wan Qingqing with a surprised tone. Also, how did you manage to send me a message? You've come out? Those outside the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could send messages to those in the middle realm. However, those in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were not allowed to send messages to those outside. After receiving Wan Qingqing's message, Hung Feng knew she had come out. You didn't get eliminated, right? No, I came out on my own. Wan Qingqing replied. If I'm not mistaken, you've joined forces with Duan Lingtian, right? It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to find the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Both of us happened to pass by the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Hung Feng replied. For days ago, Hung Feng and Wan Qingqing had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm together from the Martial Battle Mansion's base. They had coincidentally passed by the Fire Glaze Mansion's base during their journey. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to deduce the reason. Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had joined forces. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to find out the location of the Fire Glaze Mansion's base from Wan Qingqing. Yes, Wan Qingqing knew it was pointless for her to deny it. You didn't tell him where the Martial Battle Mansion's base is, right? Hung Feng asked again. His tone was solemn this time. I won't tell him. Wan Qingqing replied. That's good. Don't tell anyone that you've joined forces with him for the time being. At the very least, don't let anyone know you've joined forces with him before he arrived at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. Otherwise, I'm worried the Fire Glaze Mansion will target you. Hung Feng said. I know. I didn't show up. Wan Qingqing replied. That's good. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Hung Feng said. Thank you, Senior Hung Feng. Wan Qingqing hastily expressed her gratitude. She trusted Hung Feng's character. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to join forces with him. In the profound Nether Mansion's base. Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance in the profound Nether Mansion's base attracted the attention of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. The profound Nether Mansion's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. After all, Duan Lingtian was the profound Nether Mansion's treasure. He was the reason the profound Nether Mansion was able to hold their heads up high in front of the other celestial mansions. However, before they could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian teleported again and appeared on a stone platform in the campsite. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through a transporting formation. Why did he leave? Based on his anxious expression, it's obvious he has something urgent to attend to. As the disciples in the profound Nether Mansion's base discussed among themselves, Duan Lingtian appeared at one of the transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. It's Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3161. Old Qi. Duan Lingtian ignored the stares from his surroundings. He immediately sent a message to Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion. In the message, he told Qi Tianming about the message he received from Huang Jialong and his relationship with Huang Jialong. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wants to lure you to the coupling celestial sect to kill you? That's impossible. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's message. Wait a moment. I'll ask Bihai Mingfeng about it. When Qi Tianming sent a message to Bihai Mingfeng was stunned. The sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wanted to lure Duan Lingtian to kill him. At this moment, Bihai Mingfeng anxiously sent a message to Gong Sun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Duan Lingtian has come out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Gong Sun Wenqing knew things had gotten out of hand when he learned that Duan Lingtian had left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after receiving Huang Jialong's message. Therefore, he quickly explained to Bihai Mingfeng that he had tested Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong is now my direct disciple. I only told Duan Lingtian to return to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm with peace of mind. It's just a joke. However, it's true that Jia Long treats him like a brother. Gong Sun Wenqing did not forget to add on. I see. Bihai Mingfeng sighed in relief when he learned about what had happened. Then he sent a message to Qi Tianming. In the end, it's just a farce. That brat, Gong Sun Wenqing, really has nothing better to do. After Qi Tianming learned about this, he quickly sent a message to Duan Lingtian to comfort him. Misunderstanding. Gong Sun Wenqing, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, took Jialong as his direct disciple after testing him. After listening to Qi Tianming's message, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His tense nerves finally relaxed. The moment he relaxed, he heard the voices around him that he had ignored. Duan Lingtian, do you have the confidence to secure a spot in the top 5? Duan Lingtian, there are still a lot of people who haven't shown their strength yet. Do you think you can make it into the top 10 this month? In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian had accumulated nearly 300 points and was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion who were present on the scene knew very well what was going on. That was because Duan Lingtian was lucky enough to find the Fireglaze Manor's camp, and the Fireglaze Manor's people kept giving him points. Duan Lingtian's current strength had been more or less figured out. Although Tan Yuan from the Fireglaze Manor had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, that was because he had been careless otherwise with Tan Yuan's speed. He would have been able to escape from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, many of the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to make it into the top 10. After all, even Tan Yuan would not be able to make it into the top 10 every month. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to eliminate him. Top 5? Top 10? Duan Lingtian smiled nonchalantly when he heard the questions from the elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. Then he teleported to the stone platform in the depths of the main hall. Duan Lingtian took out his accumulative point jade and teleported to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation. As soon as Duan Lingtian left, his voice echoed in the main hall. My goal is to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people in the main hall fell silent. They looked at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. First place? Duan Lingtian's ambition is so great. Is it possible that he's been concealing his strength all this time? That's unlikely. After all, he's not even 100 years old yet. If the strength he's shown so far isn't his true strength, is he still human? Based on his words, it's obvious he's very confident. I'm beginning to look forward to his performance. Unless he repeats his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base once or twice, it'll be very difficult for him to rank first. Although Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence, many people still believed him. However, there were very few people who believed in him. There were also some who thought Duan Lingtian was confident. Duan Lingtian only needed to find a few more campsites of celestial mansions. Perhaps he would be able to rank first. However, many people felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to obtain so many points outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base was because the Fire Glaze Mansion was unaware of his strength. After this incident, not only did the Fire Glaze Mansion learn about Duan Lingtian's strength, but the other celestial mansions also learned about Duan Lingtian's strength. Even if Duan Lingtian successfully intercepted their bases in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would not recklessly send their disciples to kill Duan Lingtian. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to repeat his trip to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before returning to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian had informed Wan Qingqing of his intention to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through a communication celestial talisman. When he arrived at the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Wan Qingqing was already waiting for him. You're done? Wan Qingqing thought she would have to wait for Duan Lingtian for at least half a day. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would send her a message not long after she left. Yes, it's just a misunderstanding. Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't expect that such a blunder would appear. He was not surprised by Huang Jialong's performance in front of the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. After all, he knew Huang Jialong was a good friend who could go through thick and thin with him. Nevertheless, he still felt warmth in his heart when he heard about Huang Jialong's performance. Although he and Huang Jialong used to have a good relationship, it had been a few years since they last contacted each other. Naturally, he did not contact Huang Jialong because he did not want to disturb Huang Jialong's cultivation. He was certain Huang Jialong was the same. After not seeing each other for a few years, he was sure that he would not change. Huang Jialong also did not change, which made him very relieved. Apart from that, he knew the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had only accepted Huang Jialong as his last disciple on a whim. As for the reason, he was certain it had something to do with him. Otherwise, why would the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect suddenly accept Huang Jialong as his last disciple when he was ranked 5th in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Moreover, the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had even used him to test Huang Jialong based on all these factors. It was clear the sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had something to do with him. After I leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll ask Old Qi to bring me to the coupling celestial sect. It's been a long time since I last saw Jialong this time. I'll give Jialong a boost. With this, his path in the coupling celestial sect will be much smoother. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, I only found out you eliminated Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji from the Fire Glaze Mansion after I left the Middle Realm. Wan Qingqing sighed emotionally. Perhaps Wan Qingqing was unaware that the way she acted in front of Duan Lingtian was different from how she acted in front of others. In front of others, she always maintained a cold and aloof attitude, and her eyes even revealed a coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, she was no longer as cold as before. Of course, even Wan Qingqing herself did not notice this. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, found Wan Qingqing much more pleasing to the eye. She was no longer as cold as before, and no longer as unapproachable as before. Mo Ping Ji is still all right. I only eliminated Tan Yuan by luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Tan Yuan was careless. Otherwise, he would have been able to escape under my watch. Although Duan Lingtian had eliminated Tan Yuan, he knew it was only a fluke. If Tan Yuan had not been careless, he would not have been able to catch up to him at all. This was the main reason he was willing to work with Wan Qingqing. Although he was not slow, his speed was not low. However, if he wanted to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have to rely on his speed. Let's go. You'll have to deal with the people we encounter next. Duan Lingtian said to Wan Qingqing. Even without Wan Qingqing's reminder, he would still have to face Tan Yuan, Mo Ping Ji, and the others outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. However, if the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples swarmed him and he fought outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, Tan Yuan could easily hide in the Fire Glaze Mansion's base. As for the others, including Mo Ping Ji, Duan Lingtian was confident he could stop them outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base and prevent them from entering. For this reason, Duan Lingtian owed Wan Qingqing a favor for obtaining Tan Yuan's points. You don't owe me a favor. If I didn't inform you, you might have been able to eliminate more people. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wan Qingqing, naturally, knew Duan Lingtian was going easy on her. Previously, she was worried Duan Lingtian would not be a match for Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji if they joined forces. However, now she knew Duan Lingtian was not a match for Duan Lingtian. Even if Tan Yuan and Mo Ping Ji joined forces, they would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. As for the other disciples from the Fire Glaze Mansion, they were nothing but cannon fodder in front of Duan Lingtian. Even so, if that's the case, I won't be able to eliminate Tan Yuan. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said firmly, It's decided. If you're unwilling, there's no need for us to work together. Thank you. Faced with Duan Lingtian's determination, Wan Qingqing no longer dared to reject him. However, her heart was filled with gratitude. She knew Duan Lingtian did not have to do this. Chapter 3162. Lu Ji, a disciple of the Hanqing Mansion, had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm last month and was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. However, Lu Ji was still unconvinced that Duan Lingtian had defeated him due to his carelessness. He felt Duan Lingtian had taken advantage of him. In fact, his speed was indeed faster than Duan Lingtian. After all, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. In terms of speed, he was in the second tier of 10 directions celestial dukes in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he was in between the second and third tier of 10 directions celestial dukes in terms of speed. This month, when Lu Ji learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had followed Duan Lingtian into the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, the people from the other celestial mansions who were paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked by Duan Lingtian's performance. However, Lu Ji knew nothing about what was happening outside. After all, he was a reclusive and aloof person in the Hanqing mansion. Even the high-ranking officials of the Hanqing mansion were not fond of him, let alone the disciples. For this reason, nobody told him that Duan Lingtian, a dark horse, had appeared in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As time passed, the people from the other celestial mansions gradually shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian's ranking had also dropped to 7th on the scoreboard. However, the gap between Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 7th on the scoreboard, and the person who was ranked 8th on the scoreboard was quite huge. There was a gap of more than 100 points between them. Currently, Duan Lingtian had accumulated 322 points. In just 2 days, Duan Lingtian's points had not increased as fast as the previous 2 days. In fact, it was not even a fraction of the previous 2 days' worth of points. The battle at the Fire Glaze Mansion's campsite is indeed the pinnacle of Duan Lingtian's strength. It won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to obtain more points from now on. And now, the people who are ranked behind Duan Lingtian are gradually closing in on him. In just half a day, they have closed the gap of more than 30 points. I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will be able to maintain his position in the top 10 in the end. Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion appeared on the scoreboard 2 days ago, but she's already in the top 30 now? Her points increase in the past 2 days is much faster than Duan Lingtian's. It seems that Duan Lingtian's luck is not as good as hers. Let's not talk about luck. In terms of strength, I don't think Duan Lingtian will be able to defeat Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing's speed is one of the fastest in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian's performance in the past 2 days had greatly disappointed many people from the other grade 6 celestial mansions. On the other hand, Wan Qingqing's performance in the past 2 days had attracted a lot of attention since her points had increased the fastest among those who were not in the top 6. It seems like the 6 of them will continue to occupy the top 6 spots this month. Currently, the 6 people who occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were none other than the 6 people who had occupied the top 6 spots in the past few years. Wang Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion, Yi Qiufeng from the Shining Moon Mansion, Lu Danqing from the Granxing Mansion, Shimin Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion, Zhuge Yunqi from the Vast Heaven Mansion, Gong Sun Wu Ji from the Azure Green Mansion. These 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for the past few years. None of them had been pushed out of the top 6. The 6 of them are too strong. It's almost impossible to push them out of the top 6. And here, I thought Duan Lingtian might be able to occupy one of the top 6 spots. It seems like I was too naive. Duan Lingtian? I admit he's strong, but it's not realistic for him to make it into the top 6. That's right. In my opinion, he'll be lucky if he manages to stay in the top 10. Duan Lingtian's performance was short-lived. After 2 days, he gradually faded out of the limelight. Only those from the profound Nether Mansion thought it would be good if Duan Lingtian managed to stay in the top 10, even if he did not make it into the top 6. After all, the profound Nether Mansion had been under a lot of pressure for the past few years. In fact, no one had managed to make it into the top 20 in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, now that Duan Lingtian had finally appeared. Even if he did not manage to stay in the top 10 and only managed to stay in the top 20, they would still be able to accept it. It seems like Duan Lingtian was just joking when he said his goal is to rank first. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples sighed. How can you believe his words? Do you really think the 6 of them are pushovers? Let alone the 6 of them. Even Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to do anything to Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion. Another disciple from the profound Nether Mansion shook his head. It was obvious he did not take Duan Lingtian's words seriously from the beginning. I hope he'll be able to stay in the top 10. Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound nether mansion, was not surprised when he learned that Duan Lingtian had been pushed out of the top 6. However, he still hoped Duan Lingtian would be able to stay in the top 10. After all, this was his greatest hope for Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to make it into the top 5, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to maintain his ranking. After all, the way Duan Lingtian earned points was not something that could be replicated. Without that method, Duan Lingtian was bound to be pushed out of the top 5 or even the top 6. The 6 of them were like 6 mountains on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They were lofty and insurmountable. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Wan Qingqing, a middle-aged man dressed in a fiery red robe, looked at the green figure in the distance with a faint smile on his face. "I didn't expect to see you again." The green figure standing opposite the red-robed middle-aged man was none other than Wan Qingqing, an inner disciple of the martial battle mansion. Yun Yan. The red-clad middle-aged man was no stranger to Wan Qingqing. He was Yun Yan, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion who was ranked in the top 10. 2 days ago, she had received a message from Duan Lingtian. Before entering the middle realm, she had glanced at the scoreboard and discovered Yun Yan was ranked 13th. Last month, she had encountered Yun Yan. Although her speed was superior to Yun Yan's, she could not defeat him. Although Yun Yan was stronger than her in other aspects, he could not do anything to her. She could stall him until he was forcefully sent out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but it would be pointless. For this reason, she chose to give up. Similarly, Yun Yan chose to give up as well. 2 hours ago, I received a message saying that your speed of gaining points is only second to those 6 people. In just 2 days, you've already entered the top 30, Yun Yan said as he looked at Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing smiled faintly. I'm quite lucky, Wan Qingqing replied indifferently. From beginning to end, her eyes were filled with a coldness that pushed people thousands of miles away. She seemed incomparably cold. Yun Yan did not think much of it, as he already knew that Wan Qingqing was a cold beauty in the martial battle mansion. Congratulations! Yun Yan congratulated Wan Qingqing before he prepared to leave. In his opinion, he and Wan Qingqing couldn't do anything to each other in their battle last month. There was no need for them to fight again this month. He was certain Wan Qingqing had the same thoughts as well. However, just as he was about to leave, Wan Qingqing suddenly turned into a streak of green light and appeared in his path, blocking his path. Yun Yan frowned. Wan Qingqing, do you think you'll be able to eliminate me this month? If your strength has improved, I'll fight you again. However, if your strength hasn't improved, there's no need for us to waste our time here, Yun Yan said. All right. Last month, his battle with Wan Qingqing had lasted for half a day. In his opinion, it was a waste of time. For this reason, he did not plan to waste his time with Wan Qingqing. My strength hasn't improved, Wan Qingqing said. If your strength hasn't improved, let's not waste our time here. Yun Yan was slightly annoyed. He had thought Wan Qingqing had stopped him because her strength had improved, and she was more confident in herself. However, when he heard Wan Qingqing said her strength had not improved, he was slightly annoyed. Swoosh! As soon as Yun Yan finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air next to Wan Qingqing. The figure belonged to a handsome, purple-clad young man. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked like a match made in heaven when he stood next to Wan Qingqing. Swoosh! Yun Yan's eyes widened in shock when he saw the figure standing next to Wan Qingqing. No wonder Wan Qingqing stopped me. She has a helper. I know she has a helper this month. However, didn't Hung Feng get eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion? Yun Yan had heard about Wan Qingqing joining forces with Hung Feng to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, he did not expect Wan Qing to join forces with Hung Feng. After Hung Feng was eliminated, Wan Qing found another helper to join forces with. Yun Yan shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man standing next to Wan Qing. He saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist. An ominous feeling rose in Yun Yan's heart when he saw the identity token. Since Wan Qing was willing to join forces with the purple-clad young man, he was certain the purple-clad young man would not be an ordinary person. When Yun Yan saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clad young man's waist, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's name had spread throughout Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory in the past 10 days. As a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion, Yun Yan was naturally familiar with this name. Wan Qing, you actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Yun Yan looked at Wan Qing in shock as he struggled to look away from Duan Lingtian's identity token. It's been 2 days. I finally have a chance to make a move. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned from Wan Qing through voice transmission that the purple-clad young man was ranked in the top 10 of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 3163. Yun Yan finally understood why Wan Qing had stopped him. As it turned out, she had asked Duan Lingtian to join forces with her. Duan Lingtian, I'm Yun Yan, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion. I've heard a lot about you. Yun Yan cupped his hands at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to greet him. His strength was on par with Duan Lingtian, the Fireglaze Mansion's Tanyuan. Since Tanyuan had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he naturally knew Duan Lingtian was not to be underestimated. In front of Duan Lingtian, his only option was to flee. However, that was only if he encountered Duan Lingtian alone. His speed was on par with Tanyuan. Since Tanyuan said he could escape under Duan Lingtian's nose if he was not careless, he could do the same as well. However, his current situation was completely different from Tanyuan's situation. Duan Lingtian was not alone. Wan Qing was with Duan Lingtian. Although her overall strength was inferior to him, her speed was much faster than him. If she wanted to flee, he would not be able to catch up to her. Similarly, if she wanted to fight him, he would not be able to shake her off. With Wan Qing's speed and her comprehension of the law of wood, coupled with Duan Lingtian's help, I'm sure they'll be able to defeat any one of those 6 people if they join forces. Yun Yan thought to himself, all right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently when he heard Yun Yan's greeting. At the same time, he reminded Yun Yan out of goodwill, prepare yourself. The 2 of us will make our move soon. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wan Qing's body glowed with a dazzling green light. It was as though she was surrounded by a dazzling green flame. It set off Wan Qing's devilishly enchanting figure and her near-perfect face, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. If it was any other time, Yun Yan would have looked at Wan Qing with admiration. But now he couldn't find the slightest bit of appreciation. You don't have to do anything. I admit defeat. Yun Yan said with a bitter smile. What a joke! With Wan Qing and Duan Lingtian joining forces, their strength was comparable to any one of the 6 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He knew that he alone was definitely not a match for Duan Lingtian and the other man. Therefore, he chose to admit defeat. He didn't suspect that the Duan Lingtian in front of him was a fake, because the identity tokens of the major immortal mansions couldn't be faked. Moreover, if it was a fake identity token, he would be able to recognize it at a glance. Duan Lingtian, if you have time, you can come to the Demon Cloud Mansion and have a drink with me. Yun Yan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile as he took out his accumulative point jade and crushed it. There were only benefits to befriending such a powerful existence at such a young age. There was no harm in befriending him. As soon as Yunyan's accumulative point jade shattered, Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission rang in Wan Qingqing's ears. If you don't collect his points, there's no need for us to work together anymore. Wan Qingqing's body stiffened when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. This fellow. Wan Qingqing muttered to herself. Initially, she had planned to leave so Duan Ling Tian could collect Yunyan's points. However, when she heard Duan Ling Tian's determined tone, she no longer dared to act rashly. After all, she knew Duan Ling Tian was a man of his words. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian sent Wan Qingqing a voice transmission, he teleported away and gave all of Yunyan's points to Wan Qingqing. Although they had encountered many people before they met Yunyan, Wan Qingqing was able to handle all of them on her own. According to Duan Ling Tian, Wan Qingqing was able to defeat all of them. Those that Wan Qingqing could defeat would be Wan Qingqing's turn. Wan Qingqing would collect the points herself. However, Wan Qingqing had given him a lot of points along the way. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian allowed Wan Qingqing to collect Yunyan's points. The next time we meet an opponent that we need to work together to defeat, it'll be your turn to collect the points. If you give in to me again, I don't think there's any need for us to work together anymore. After collecting Yunyan's points, Wan Qingqing did not rush to check the points in her accumulative point jade. Instead, she looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Of course. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Although his expression was natural, he was slightly moved. Wan Qingqing was similar to him. Both of them were unwilling to take advantage of others. For the sake of their principles, they were willing to give up their own interests. Take a look. How many points do you have now? I remember that before I came in last time, Yunyan was already ranked 13th on the scoreboard. At that time, he had almost 200 points. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wan Qingqing curiously. He wondered how many points Yunyan had given Wan Qingqing. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Wan Qingqing finally looked at her accumulative point jade. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw the number of points she had. 364 points. Wan Qingqing saw the number of points in her accumulative point jade had increased to 364 points. She had even surpassed Duan Ling Tian's points. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he learned about Wan Qingqing's current points. It seems like Yunyan has also obtained a lot of points in the past 2 days. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the end, it all went to you. If I give you these points, even if you can't get first place, you can at least get into the top 3. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression on her face as she said this. Wan Qingqing knew very well. After all, the chances of encountering someone with as many points as Yunyan in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were extremely low. After all, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was too big. Trying to find a specific person among them was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Maybe the next person can give me more points? Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. It was obvious that he didn't care about giving Yunyan's opportunity to Wan Qingqing. At this moment, Wan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she saw the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face. At the same time, her gaze when she looked at Duan Ling Tian was filled with gentleness. Martial Battle Mansion. The transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were initially quiet. However, following a change in the scoreboard, a commotion broke out among the several teleportation stations. Look, 7th place on the rankings. Oh my God, is this real? This is a little scary. The elders and disciples of the martial battle mansion were shocked to see another person enter the top 10 after Wang Tai of the martial battle mansion. Moreover, it was not the 10th or 9th place, but the 7th place. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion, who was originally ranked 7th, had been pushed down to the 8th place. The 7th ranked person was none other than Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. Senior sister Qingqing. Why is she ranked 7th all of a sudden? One of the martial battle mansion's disciples was shocked. It's not sudden. Look, Yun Yan, a core disciple from the Magic Cloud Mansion, who was originally ranked 10th, has been removed from the scoreboard. It's obvious that senior sister Qingqing has eliminated him. Moreover, his points have been given to senior sister Qingqing. Another martial battle mansion's disciple said, Yun Yan, a core disciple of the Magic Cloud Mansion? Yun Yan is the strongest person below celestial kings in the Magic Cloud Mansion, right? Yun Yan's overall strength is higher than Wan Qingqing's. I think they met last month. At that time, Yun Yan was stronger while Wan Qingqing was faster. Neither of them could defeat the other. It has only been a month, and yet Wan Qingqing managed to defeat him? Perhaps senior sister Qingqing gained an advantage because Yun Yan was injured. No matter what, our martial battle mansion has occupied 2 of the top 10 spots. 7th place. This is the first time Wan Qingqing's ranking has risen to such a high position. It seems like she has a chance to become a core disciple of the martial battle mansion after this month. Different celestial mansions had different criteria for becoming a core disciple. For example, Zhou Hongjie was a core disciple in the profound Nether Mansion. However, in the martial battle mansion, Wan Qingqing, who was stronger than Zhou Hongjie, was only an inner court disciple. This was because of Wang Tai. In the martial battle mansion, there was Wang Tai. In front of Wang Tai, Wan Qingqing was inferior to him in every other aspect except for her speed. Wang Tai was a core disciple of the martial battle mansion. For this reason, if Wan Qingqing wanted to become a core disciple of the martial battle mansion, she would have to be compared to Wang Tai. For this reason, Wang Tai was the only core disciple in the martial battle mansion who was not a celestial king. Apart from Wang Tai, the other core disciples in the martial battle mansion were all celestial kings or stronger. Based on Wan Qingqing's performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people believed she had a chance to become the second core disciple in the martial battle mansion who was not a celestial king. Meanwhile, in the Magic Cloud Mansion, the transporting formations that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were as silent as a graveyard. When Yun Yan was eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the person in charge of the transporting formations did not even look at the scoreboard. Because of this, they all thought that Yun Yan was eliminated by one of the 6 people. However, when they looked at the scoreboard, they discovered it was not the case. Yun Yan was eliminated by Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple of the martial battle mansion. Senior brother Yun Yan, is Wan Qingqing from the martial battle mansion capable of eliminating you? Yun Yan, Wan Qingqing is weaker than you, right? How is it possible for her to eliminate you? When the elders and disciples of the Magic Cloud Mansion learned Yun Yan was eliminated by Wan Qingqing, they could not help but wonder if Wan Qingqing was right. Was Wan Qingqing strong enough to eliminate Yun Yan? If it's just Wan Qingqing, naturally, she's not strong enough to eliminate me. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.